Good evening, guys. Welcome to another Saturday evening live stream. I hope you guys had a great week. I had. And we have one in the house, so please put a comment so I know who you are. That makes everything easier. So we wait a couple of more minutes and wait and see until more people drop in here. And before I forget something, I pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So feel free to click the link and join me. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Hey, PV, good to see you. How are you doing, guys? And as I said, feel free to click the link and join me up here. And I hope you get your coffee, CR. I have mine. So, guys, today's topic is tech from sci-fi that exists for real. But we get into that a little bit later when more people join. And it was actually Kaylin Strain who recommended this topic, so I hope she pops up. She knows I have this topic for today, so we'll see. We'll wait and see a couple of more minutes and let people join. How are you doing, PB? I hope everything is okay with you. And I hope everything is okay with you too, CR. Oh, there we have him. Hey, PB, good to see you.
Hi. Hello.
I can hear you loud and clear.
How you doing, Shadow?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Good. So we got there then. We've got CR, do we? Yeah.
Yeah, CR.
What I need is ears like that picture you got there. I got these little earbuds. They keep falling out my ear holes.
Yeah.
I can't find a decent mic with a pair of earphones that go into my computer. So 3 sets I bought so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've had a. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. How has your week been, PB? I hope your week has been good. Not too stressful, I hope.
No, there's never any stress in my life anymore. With what have we got? I've been doing some prep shopping. Got a new. I bought my inverter, but it hasn't arrived yet. That's going to arrive on Monday. Got a load of more. Replaced all the wet and freeze-dried foods in various bug-out bags. And I bought a jump starter power pack for my vehicle. So if you're out anywhere and the vehicle battery goes flat, you put it onto your battery. It's like a fucking massive power bank. It's 4,000 amp jump starter.
That's good.
And then it also doubles up as a torch, USB power bank. You can power radios off of it and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, all good stuff.
Useful. Yeah, and today's topic, actually, PV, it was Kaylin Strain who come up with this topic. So tech from sci-fi that exists for real. Isn't that really interesting?
I've got some. I was watching some 1950s science fiction films this week because I saw what the subject was coming up. I eventually got sidetracked into watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland in it.
Body Snatchers.
It wasn't really science fiction related in terms of equipment or technology, but it's a good film. Yeah, it's good. I mean, there's loads of films that are not films. We're talking about books and radio as well that have come out or predicted some sort of technology before its time.
Yeah. I actually searched. I had to search for something that relate to this topic, and I found actually a website. I'm gonna share it.
Yep.
Because it's really fun, actually. 10 technologies in Star Trek that exist in real life.
Is this from the Next Generation?
Probably.
Well, in fact, you could go back to this first series actually with any trekkers out there. We'll see where the spotters are now because it'll all come out.
From computers, tablets, and flip phones, communicators, and two tricorders, etc., discover the technological breakthroughs on Star Trek that exist in real life. It's always fun. Be it this 1960s or 2023 society has always taken real-life inspiration from new technological gadgets introduced in science fiction movies and television. One of the leading examples includes Star Trek, which was so imaginative and endured such a long time on TV that it rightly predicted a slew of fantastic futuristic devices that have since materialized for everyday use in real world. While some gadgets like holodecks have yet to come about in real life, more often than not, Star Trek introduced the whole world to a bevy of technological marvels that have become commonplace in the 21st century. Computer tablets. Nowadays, computer tablets are one of the most convenient ways for personal tech consumers to access their digital data at home or on the go. Be it on the iPad, Surface Pro, Samsung Galaxy Tab, etc. The ability to use touch screen technology with a handheld portable device makes online communication much faster, leading to greater global connectivity. In Star Trek, the personal access display device, aka PADD, was a 22nd century gadget used by Starfleet and other space-traveling units. The rectangular touchscreen device boasted wireless capabilities and was often used on the show to display schematics, tracking interstellar transmissions, play movies, audio, and recording logs. Over time, the pads seen on the long-running sci-fi show become smaller and more akin to modern-day smartphones than larger tablets, further predicting future tech gadgets. Hey, Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you.
Hey, IGG.
Yeah. So what are we going to say about this, my friend?
Oof. First thing when I saw this subject, the first thing that I thought of, I know it isn't really science fiction, but Nikola Tesla sprung to mind straight away when he sort of predicted the communicator and wireless technology, and he said something like, in fact, I'll call it up in a sec. Hang on a sec.
Yep.
Right. He said, when wireless is perfectly applied, the whole Earth will be converted into a huge brain. So, i.e., the internet, for instance, which in fact it is. All things being particles of a real rhythmic whole, we shall be able to communicate with one another instantly, irrespective of distance. Not only this, but through television and telephony, we shall see and hear one another as perfectly as though we were face to face, etc., etc. It just, it just shows you, But yeah, I can remember watching the first series of Star Trek with Kirk and Spock, and they use these little yellow and red cards, which were almost exactly the same as like floppy disks. And this is way before floppy disks existed in the civilian world. I'm not sure when they were invented in any other world, but as in the military world or research R&D world. But and then he went on to, like I say, iPads in the little tablets they carried around, and then we're on to the communicator, which is basically like a cell phone or a sat phone, all the way through to what you got there, phasers.
Yeah, that's the next thing. Phasers. In modern days, tasers and stun guns have become much safer, more affordable, and more popular form of personal self-defense than using deadly firearms and harmful chemical sprays like mace. Stopping potential assailants with a few volts of AC/DC has also become more common among law enforcement as a way to curb deadly police brutality. In Star Trek, phasers were the most common energy-blasting weapon used by Starfleet in others. The phrase "set phaser on stun" was often commanded on the show, giving characters the authority to use handheld laser firearms to subdue an enemy temporarily rather than kill them. Although a man named Jack Hoover invented the stun gun in real life in 1969, Kirk used a phaser rifle at least 2 years prior. So,
hey, Uncle Al. I'll just say hello to Uncle Al.
Stun gun is the closest thing we can come a phaser. So far.
Definitely. It's I can remember. I mean, it wasn't Star Trek who. I don't think they come out with this stuff first. But the funny thing about Star Trek is everything was there. It was like an all-encompassing tech fest, if you like, for the eyes, and it had all this sort of stuff all in one sort of show or series. Whereas other series had a bit of this and a bit of that, and it didn't really focus on as much of the tech as Star Trek did. And I mean, one wonders how long it'll be before we've actually got full handheld phasers and stuff. I'm not sure what hypo spray is. It's the next one on the list.
Yeah, that is the next one on the list. For many, fear of hypodermic needles is a real phobia. The medical industry had to work around. As a result, a technology called jet injections was developed and used in the 1970s by the U.S. Army to administer massive swine flu vaccinations, which uses high-pressure liquid injection under the skin rather than a hypodermic needle. In Star Trek, jet injections were essentially renamed hypospray with several characters like Dr. Flox using the non-invasive medical gadget and as an alternative to injecting liquid into the body. The all-time great sci-fi TV show made the technology much more popular until health concerns about the devices rose in the 1980s.
Right. I know the device you're talking about. I didn't know it was called a hypo spray. I'm not that much of a geeky techer, trekker, should I say? But yeah, I didn't know they were actually real devices. I know. I'm sorry, I didn't realise that they used them in the 80s. So swine flu, that was 2009, wasn't it? That must have been a different, the latest version of the outbreak. Yeah, I didn't know they used them on the US military. No, it's very, yeah. It makes you wonder. I think Series 1 was based on a series of books, wasn't it? Written as the original Star Trek, but the next generation was probably made up by a panel of people around the table, which meant they could all get their heads around together and come up with more elaborate devices, still before their time. I mean, the next generation that they came out in 80s, was it? 80s, early 90s it finished, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I prefer the old series. I didn't really prefer. I prefer the original as opposed to the next generation.
Uncle L says we do have the doo-doo beam weapons. Okay, I have no idea what doo-doo beam weapons is.
And then you got the universal translators, right? This looks.
Yeah. Yeah, in 2023, translating one language to another can be done at the tip of the finger. With the advent of Google Translate and such technological breakthroughs, such as Skype's translator, per The Guardian, not to mention language learning apps like Babbel and Duolingo, being able to translate languages is fast, easy, and highly accessible in modern times. In Star Trek, Kirk and his crew often used small handheld devices that would instantly translate the foreign language and allow them to communicate with the various alien races they encounter on distant planets throughout the galaxy. While apps are the preferred method, physical devices such as Pocket Talk language translator are very similar to the tech seen on the show.
I see, that's definitely in existence now. I've seen, and in fact, I think it predates Star Trek. You got the first sort of device I come across for this was called was in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and it was called the Babel fish. And they put this little fish in your ear, and it auto translates any language. And then you add the droid in C-3PO in Star Wars, who was fluent in 6 million languages, etc., etc. And now you've got these. I first used one of these in about 8 years ago, and it was early sort of then. When I went abroad to the Med, and you downloaded this app and you spoke into it, and a couple of minutes later it translated for you. And then the other person spoke into it, and it done it again. And it wasn't really accurate, really. It was really a general sort of app. But since then, I've got to say, it's come on leaps and bounds. Even, if I watch a foreign YouTube, for instance, auto translates immediately, no matter what, the amount of languages that can pick up now and be very accurate in translation, really, regardless of any inflections or accents, does a really good job. So, for instance, if I watch anyone's YouTube video in a foreign language, I'll make sure I comment to them in their language, and I'll just go to Google Translate, cut and paste what I'm going to say into their language, and cut and paste it into the comments, and job done. And these days, you've got live translators. You've got ones on phones, which are very, very quick, particularly if you've got a 5G connection. And you also got on phones nowadays, especially with Samsung phones, is you can just point your camera at any text in any language, and it will overlay your language across the top of that text as well. So, yeah, and you can even get devices now which you can take abroad, and they're like little earbuds, and I think they're called Babel. I think they're called Babel Translate or Babel something, based on the original Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Babel fish. And you put it in your ear, you download the relevant sort of language, and it will auto translate as you're speaking and the other person's speaking into your ear what they're saying. So, really leaps and bounds. This all, is based on, because we've got the internet speeds, and it goes back and back and back to the microchip and all the transistors and that sort of stuff that came into production. So it makes you wonder, because we can predict, or we can have in our minds what we want to do, but technology isn't there sometimes to make it happen. And this is one of the things. Is it George Lucas? Did he do Star Wars?
Yeah.
He wanted to make all the Star Wars films in order to begin with, but he started on episode 3 as we saw it, because he said that he didn't have the technology, what didn't exist, to make the first 3 films the way he wanted to. So
yeah, that explains.
Yeah, but that's a huge leap forward. Although, it's these days the Americanization of the world, and loads of people speak English and Spanish and German, so
yeah,
still help, definitely.
Yeah. Tricorders. While modern-day smart fitness devices can monitor a person's heart rate, sleep patterns, daily calorie expenditure, and more, Silicon Valley continues to develop devices to monitor blood pressure, glucose levels, body temperature, and more vital health stats, with a Qualcomm Tricorder X Prize competition working on such technology since 2012. Brands like ShadowScoutSwede have also led the way in turning the tech into reality. Of course, tricorders were introduced on Star Trek. They were often used by Mr. Spock and Dr. McCoy as a means of monitoring vital medical conditions such as oxygen levels and detecting nearby diseases. The portable sensor computer recorder was first introduced in real life in 1996 and is now becoming more and more commonplace, with such sleep aid devices as the Muse S Gen 2 headband, which can track brain activity, heart rates, and breathing patterns, and more.
Yeah. There's I mean, tricorders, as you said, you can get these little patches you put onto your arm. I've seen a guy who was doing some building work here. He was diabetic, and he had a diabetic patch on his arm, which communicated to his phone, so he can monitor his sugar levels real time. So, I mean, I don't think we're quite there in terms of widespread portable devices that can be banded around to every doctor and nurse, but we're not far off, I don't think. I mean, it's not hard to actually see where this is going, and you can get now we're gradually getting there portable X-ray device machines, ultrasound machines which are portable. So it's getting smaller and smaller, and it's adapting smartphones, I suppose. I mean, you can get various devices that plug into smartphones into the USB socket, and then the smartphone takes over and it uses the add-on. But yeah, I'd like to see a full working tricorder, definitely.
Yeah. And the next one is telepresence. Thanks to modern-day smart technology, everyday consumers can secure their most prized possessions and locations remotely at the press of a button. Smart home and smart car technology enable people to lock doors from afar, adjust security settings, and gain better protection in a convenient manner. Moreover, with Zoom and Skype, teleconferencing has become a common practice among businesses professionals as a way of staying in touch while physically apart. In Star Trek, telepresence was a form of immersive VR tech that allowed various fleets to see each other on a projected display screen and communicate directly with each other. In 1966, such a notion was far too futuristic to envision as an everyday reality. However, in 2008, AT&T and Cisco partnered to bring the first telepresence system into the world, combining video, audio, and atmospheric lighting to create a fully immersive communication tool similar to the one seen on the must-watch sci-fi TV show.
So basically, video teleconferencing, and what we used to call it. Yeah, I mean, that's been out for a while, and there's been loads of, I think just about every, quite a few science fiction films, you'll see video teleconferencing or face-to-face video calls going on. That's definitely a reality. I mean, we used to use those back in, how far back we going here? 1995, the army in Britain started to use them, but they took a long while to set up. You had to have a dedicated line, encrypted. It took a team of 3 or 4 blokes to set it up. You had to set it up a couple of hours beforehand, and just before it was going to go live, you tested it again to make sure it was working. Well, these days, not called VTC, and let's not forget VTC, video teleconferencing, was supposed to, in theory, stop people traveling on business trips all around the world and stuff like that, and you could just sit in front of a computer and a virtual sort of desk, and everyone spoke to each other on cameras. But it didn't really pan out that way, and people still travel. Of course, these days, you can just pick up your phone and just automatically video call someone. It's there and then done. If we have forward error correction and stability is perfect, as long as your data stream's okay, 4G, 5G, you're good to go. The quality is just outstanding, and we're definitely there as far as telepresence or face-to-face video calls are in hand. Yeah.
And
you probably find just about every computer nowadays, laptop that you buy, will have a built-in camera, built-in mic for this very purpose. So, yeah, definitely a really good tool, that is.
Yeah, it is. Flip phone communicators. Be it the Galaxy Flip 4 or Alcatel Go Flip 3, flip phones have come full circle to be extremely popular again in 2022. Before the iPhone revolutionized the mobile phone interface, flip phones were all the rage for their compact portability and easy use. Believe it or not, Motorola took direct inspiration from the foldable communicators used on the show and turned it into a popular real-life tech gadget in 1996. In Star Trek, the flip communicators were used by several characters as person-to-person communication tools that directly led to the creation of Motorola's StarTAC flip phone, which closely resembles the devices used on the classic sci-fi TV show. According to MemoryAlphaFandom.com, the mobile phone inventor Dr. Martin Cooper credits the TOS communicator on the show as being his inspiration for coming up with a revolutionary communication tool.
Just scroll up for that phone, that the communicator phone.
Yeah.
Where is it? There's a picture there, just up a bit. There you go. Ah, look at that.
Yeah,
down a bit, down a touch. The actual phone you can buy. The Nokia, the Nokia Star Trek communicator. Can you actually buy that?
Obviously.
It looks it looks quite cool. That I think you look like a right geek if you got that out in front of it, especially if it made the Star Trek noise as your phone, your ringtone. I mean, some ringtones these days are bad enough as it is. You just got, I'm a Star Trekker or Trekkie, whatever you call them, straight away. You pull one of them out. Yeah, but definitely a reality. It's just I think the only difference between the one, particularly on Star Trek, compared to cell phones is range, because obviously we require a network mesh of cell phone towers across the world to talk to each other on and go. It does, go up to satellite and back down in certain circumstances, but as a wireless device, it's definitely what we need is a standalone version with no network support, and we'll be there fully. But yeah, wonder how much that costs. I'm going to Google it and tell you how much it costs. I've put a thing like a Razor. I've still got a Motorola Razor. They're really good, smart-looking phones. Pity they didn't do in fact, they might do a smartphone version of them.
Yeah, but it's a cool phone, actually. It looks cool.
Just about everyone has probably got a phone, and if it's a dumb phone or a smartphone, everyone's walking around with phones nowadays. Everybody. I mean, some people might have 3 or 4 phones. I've got half a drawer full of old phones. I never really throw them away. The only problem I find about the phones, especially certain brands like Nokia, the older phones were never unlocked. And if you wanted to unlock them and use another carrier SIM phone, you had to send it to Nokia to get it unlocked. And in most of other companies, you can just download a code and do it yourself, sort of thing. Nokia's a good quality phones, and they pioneered a lot of stylish early phones. Nowadays, they all tend to look the same and are a bit bland. And phones these days are they're not really phones anymore. You're walking around with a computer in your hand with a phone function.
Hey, Guardian.
Is that Guardian?
Yeah, it's Guardian.
DeepMind, machine learning company. I don't know why I said it in a. Anytime you talk about future tech, you got to say it in an Arnold Schwarzenegger accent.
How are you doing, Guardian?
He'll be back. Go on, he'll drop in. Go to the next one.
Okay, good. Yeah, we go to the next one. Bluetooth earbuds. Whether headphones or earbuds, the ability to listen to music without the hassle of tangling wires has become a more affordable and convenient reality in the past couple of decades. Moreover, such tech gadgets have become more lightweight, easy to wear, and far more comfortable than the clunky and cumbersome devices of the 80s and 90s. Uhura first wore a wireless earpiece on the long-running American TV show that allowed the communication offers to stay in contact at all times. The device closely resembles modern Bluetooth headsets and earbud technology, and unthinkable piece of tech most audiences in the 60s never would have imagined becoming a reality in the future. And look at that earpiece oh boy.
Yeah, it's a bit big, isn't it? I think it would that would definitely drop out your ears. I saw this week. I was walking in a indoor market, and there was a micro pub there. And there's a trend at the moment with all these micro breweries and micro pubs springing up in small spaces, and whether it's in shopping centres or in marketplaces. Anyway, it's a tiny little pub about the size of your living room. And I walked past there, and there's one guy in it, it was a barman, and he was leant over the bar just talking to the wall. I had to do a double take, and he was literally using wireless earpiece to talk to someone. And you get this quite a lot, especially walking around the supermarket and stuff, when you have these people just completely wired and consumed into these things, and they're walking around shopping and having a conversation, and it just looks like they've gone around the twist. They're talking to themselves and stuff, and of course they've got one of these wireless devices hanging out their ear, and just like a horror. But I think I don't think we're quite there yet with that, because she's connected. That's an independent sort of device, I think. You'll have to delve into the Star Trek manual of technology. I'm not too up to speed on that, but yeah, we're quite there. Hey, Guardian.
How's your weekend going so far? You guys doing well?
Yeah, my weekend has gone pretty well so far. I can't complain.
Yeah, good. Always good.
Yeah, with that earphone thing and having conversations, that happens pretty frequently because I listen to a lot of music when I'm on the go and stuff. And then I also use the wireless earphones, so it's not always that people see them. And then I'll be having a conversation with somebody if they phone me, for example, and then like in the shop, I'll just be talking, and then somebody will say, "Excuse me," or something like that. You know what I mean? Those type of situations. It happens pretty frequently, like specifically with work calls or something like that as well. If I'm at the shops or something, and if I'm listening to music, and if I wanted to speak to like a client, I'll obviously step outside because I want it to be like clear so that there's no interference. But yeah, that happens very frequently.
How long do the batteries last for in those things?
Incredibly long. So what happens is the case acts as a charger themselves in most cases. And if you get an average one, it doesn't even need to be of the higher range. But if you get an average device, then what it'll do is it'll last for about 6 hours of user time without the case. And then after that 6 hours, you can put them back in, and then they'll like charge for better as well. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Hello, Hendo. Why do you believe that we should not do wireless? What is the reason?
In public, I think because you're cutting yourself off for the rest of the world. You're depriving yourself of the sense, I think he's getting to there.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, if you have music in your ears and you're walking in downtown, you focus so on the music, so you aren't aware of what's going around you, and that can make you a target for those who want to rob you.
I know, but I play really cool music, and I look like somebody that you wouldn't want to rob. What is the debate to that, Hinder? I'd love to. No, trust me, I'm not an easy target. I do not mean to be arrogant when I say that, but people know who I am, and don't worry. Like, I'm not being. It sounds super arrogant. I heard it when I said it, but I'm being serious. Like, people legitimately know me around, and they know that I'm a person that's generous as well. That I'm a person that's giving and kind, and that's why they don't rob me. Because legitimately, I've had people at night like come right up to me and be like, "Oh, it's you," and carry on. in like a group of people. So look, I know that you can end up in the wrong side of things. I get it and all that, but I do believe that because I've genuinely tried to always be an extremely helpful and kind person to the people that are around me in my local community, that it absolutely does come back to me in a karmic way. And I think that within itself is a really strong element. And I'd also believe that if SHTF had to occur, you'd better make very good with the community around you, or else you have no chance whatsoever of being able to pull people together to actually make anything of what you have.
Good point.
I know, I love it. I think about this stuff way too much, but really, that's the truth. Like, you've got to be kind all the time. But Hendo has a very good point, though. I know that, for example, people have actually like had accidents and stuff because you can't be as aware, and it reduces your level of alertness. So there are very good fundamental reasons why you shouldn't. And then also, you can be robbed easier, because what happens if somebody was running behind you and you didn't hear them or something? Specifically at nighttime, I'll try to either put like one in or something like that. No, so legitimately I'll have like one in, for example, at nighttime, right? And that works pretty sufficiently. But like, I do hear what you're saying, Hendo, and I'm just being an a-hole in general. I'm sorry. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. I just really love my music because it encourages me, right? And I'll stop talking now, but I'm just going to say that it encourages me, and I feel like it motivates me more. Like specifically with the intense sessions that I've got to do, like I really do find that listening to music does definitely like make it almost a music video rather than, just me training. I feel like I'm part of. Like, I've really got to get in the zone for what I do, okay? Like, I've got it. There's no way I'm going to be able to do, like, as extensive as I do at the moment, because I've started to drill down on it. But anyway, that's it for me for now. But this is an amazing topic this evening. We can get straight into that, too. I see that you guys are talking about some interesting stuff.
Yeah, and when we are on this side of the topic, with earbuds, I have seen people had their earbuds in their ears, and they ride their bikes, and they have the music. You can sometimes hear the music from their earbuds, and they're riding the bikes in full speed. That is totally dangerous. Never do that.
Yeah, obviously, if you're doing some sort of a thing like that, yeah. I personally wouldn't wear them. Well, if you're working out and stuff, I would. Yeah, fine. I don't really like putting things in my ears. I don't really like to gauge how much sound is too loud for long-term sort of effects. I don't like wireless devices that close to my head, and I wouldn't wear them out in public because of that sort of reason, depriving myself. You never know what's going to happen. It could be a car that's gone out of control, speeding down to the road. You're walking behind it and all this sort of stuff, or whatever. You can't hear alarms and stuff, but yeah, if you are working out, then yeah, fine. I understand that bit. Yeah.
It's really funny. So I usually, part of the crime prevention group as well. So on my patrols, I should be more vigilant and alert. That's absolutely what I should be doing. So like a crime happening right past me, here comes Guardian Fitness running right past.
Someone's shouting for help. You're listening to ACDC or something.
Yeah, the Metallica album, right? I don't know. It is a problem. I think that you shouldn't do it, and I shouldn't be advocating for it. But I'm just being honest with what I do. Like I really do enjoy the music. So with this topic, right? So there is so much to delve into, but I'll delve into it as it goes on.
Yeah, well, we just going through a load of Star Trek inspiration at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next one is voice-activated AI. With the advent of Apple's Siri in 2011, humanity drastically altered the way it interacts with technology. The voice-activated commands of Siri's advanced AI system make it possible for everyday users to find a local hospital or get directions to the closest movie theater, functions that were quite commonplace on Star Trek in the 60s and 70s Nowadays, voice-activated AI devices like Alexa have become everyday aids to the rival Siri. In Star Trek, characters like Captain Picard interacted with a computerized voice-operated commands to give his crew orders. The talking computer seemed like a freaking novelty in the 60s that most never would have thought possible in reality. 60 years later, Star Trek continues to prove how precise the technological gadgetry was on the show and how society took deliberate cues from the show to inspire worldwide change.
I think we're there with this sort of stuff. Alexa was the first real big one to hit Britain, and I'd have nothing to do with Alexa. I don't like that sort of thing. I think it's invasive. I don't like the way it is listening all the time. So there's an element of being profiled there all the time, building up your advertising customer base, all for the name of profit. I don't like that sort of thing. I refuse to have it. I've never had a Alexa. I've seen people who have. When I've gone in there, I said, "Is that thing still listening to us?" They said, "Yeah." We turned it off basically. So yeah, no, that's a no from me. Nothing to do with that sort of stuff. They are good, but again, it depends on your internet speed, connection, and that sort of stuff. Yeah, not for me though. And of course, this it isn't a new thing either, is it? It wasn't a Star Trek invented sort of thing. You could go back. How far do you go back? You could go back to 2001: A Space Odyssey, 1960, late 60s, 68, is it? 68, 69, where you had HAL, the super intelligence computer, and all you saw was this like single eye looking back, and it spoke to you. And this is. We're not there yet in terms of that, because that was a super intelligence, and when we're talking Alexa or Siri or another version of it's based around a reference tool, really, not so much a thinking tool yet. So I'll take it. I'd go back to 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's the first sort of thing I saw.
I have watched that movie, but that was a long time ago. Years ago, I watched that one.
Yeah, good film, and pioneering film. I think they was going to do it in black and white, but color proved more productive, and it was thought inspiring, all this sort of stuff. Yeah, very good pioneering film. And of course, we all know that it sort of overrid the astronauts on that flight, and it sort of didn't really turn against them, but it made the decisions at the end of the day, and he had to risk shutting it down. And as a result of trying to shut it down, there was countermeasures to go against him, similar to the Umbrella Corporation with the zombies in that film. Can't think of the name offhand. Anyway, you go. I mean, the risk is always there now that Resident Evil. There we go. Where you had this guardian of the bunker that protected it at all costs and stuff, and it was a super intelligence, cameras, and all this sort of stuff.
So on those type of topics as well, like on specifically, going down Resident Evil and stuff, and with this, I know that it is a bit of a tricky question more morally, like it comes down to people's spirituality, which is why. But if you had the option, would you do the upload to basic? And like in the comment section, I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts about this as well. But on the panel, I'm asking you guys too. But would you guys do the upload instead of the idea of mortality? And I know that that's why I said it does lean on spirituality as well. But It's a very interesting topic, and I believe that it's up and coming extremely quickly with this technology. Not only that, but anti-aging. We're getting close to, I don't know if you've seen what they've been doing with mice, with the anti-aging stuff. It's amazing. And obviously with general AI, which we're closest to, being able to, speed up the progression of that type of medication and that type of science. I think that it's the future. And
Konnichiwa, Famina. Good to see you, my friend.
Would you guys do it? That's the question. Would you guys upload? And if not, why? And let me know your thoughts in the comment section as well.
For me, I wouldn't go down that road. I think if you want to contribute anything, you should contribute it through your life. If you start uploading everyone's consciousness by choice or otherwise, then it's bad enough humans in the human world, let alone carrying that intelligence, if you can call it that, in certain circumstances, into the digitize it. So the thing I think when it comes to computers versus humans, the thought process is computers at the moment, they've got no prejudices, they're based on logic, and it's sort of black and white. When you introduce the human element, you've got grievances, prejudices, and all this sort of stuff. Disgruntlements. Do you really want to introduce that into a logical system? I mean, I suppose a logical system can be familiar with that sort of thing to interpret and understand humans and their thinking and consciousness, but it's. I don't think we should do it. I wouldn't do it.
Yourself, Shadow. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts. Well, I would.
Would you upload yourself to live forever? That's the question. Would you upload yourself to live forever in an eternity that is very similar to our reality at the moment? That would consistently persist the same way that ours does and carry on forward in a very similar reality. Would you upload yourself and end your current life to upload yourself so that you would be able to live on eternally in a computer-generated one that was guaranteed to be stable? Because remember, they could always turn it off.
I would not do that. I would probably get some form of schizophrenia or something if I did. So
the thing is,
no, I wouldn't do that.
I think it's if you've got that option, it will probably devalue most people's lives, because the value of the human consciousness and life is the fact that you've got limited time to live anyway, so you make the most of it the best you can.
I don't know about that.
And if you got enough money and the opportunity to upload your mind, would you be the same? Because who are we? You've lost your senses. What potentially? I suppose they can be replicated, but what would be what would be the purpose of doing it? Would you want to live forever? Is the question.
I'll ask you, what do you think my answer is?
I don't think you would. I don't think many people would really. I can't see the purpose.
I can't see the purpose of it ending. I have a weird perspective on it, right? I do have two sides to it, because of the one side, I know that I would want this to end. I don't want this to be eternity, right? I would like them to advance the technology that makes it comfortable for me to live till about comfortably 120, 150 maybe. But that's about it. I like the idea of 150 number. It sounds great, but I don't want in any way, so I'm definitely on the opposition side where I think that this is a season, this current existence. That's just, I'm not going to get more into that, but I do think that. Yeah.
The thing is, if can you imagine being in the scenario where it's possible and you opt to have your mind uploaded to whatever it is digitally, and therefore you've got the capacity to live forever, and then once it's done, you then find out that reincarnation does exist. There is the next level, if you like, or a next plane when you get reincarnated, or this sort of stuff, or you go on to something even better, and you've just missed out on that opportunity as well. So this could be, life as we know it could be a phase we go through until we die, and there might be something else next. But then again, there might not.
Be very interesting to find out, like, while you've been uploaded. Once you've been uploaded and somehow become privy to the knowledge that you actually were going to transcend to a better life. That would absolutely be the most torturous punishment, and that you would have been able to see your loved ones too, something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true. Hinder understands me so well. I'm just saying. There's so many records to break. I'm just on this earth,
And the next one, automatic doors. Nowadays, automatic sliding doors are common ways of entering and exiting supermarkets, hospitals, hotels, and the like. According to IEEE Spectrum, sliding doors were being developed with advanced AI to rival the iconic auto-sliding doors seen on the classic sci-fi series that made the tech so inspirational in the 60s. One of the most indelible images in Star Trek includes characters walking up to the automatic pocket doors that smoothly open on command just in time for them to pass through. Using 3D motion infrared sensors, the first automatic door was introduced in the real world in the 1980s.
Yeah, we're definitely there as far as comparing it to Star Trek. You can walk about just about any shop in Britain now. They'll have an automatic door, especially the big stores. Within 10 feet it opens, and away you go. And if you brought a caveman back from thousands of years ago to modern day, shops, they'd be amazed. I think it's magic, along with most other things. And I think we're there. It's annoying though when you see some guy walking towards, this ain't me by the way, asking for a friend, walking towards a door, and they presume it's going to open quick, and they almost bang into it because it doesn't open quick, it opens slower than they thought. I almost do that every time I walk into the Lidl.
Hinder says, if you live that long, 150 years, you can see your great-grandchildren then and pass on your wisdom to them directly, and a positive side to that.
Yeah. So is that, we finished on the Star Trek side of it, are we?
Yeah. That is what I could find. So,
all right, I've wrote some stuff down as I was thinking just now. So I've just a couple of notes here. Got the bullet points. Rockets to the moon for a start off. There was a film come out predating the moon landings, 1969. First Men in the Moon. I think it was a Jules Verne film. So he predicted it quite well. And obviously other planets as well, but we haven't reached that goal yet, although we're on the way to Mars apparently. Because, I think generally most technology you could sit there and think about things and predict what people are going to invent. So, for instance, how many hundreds of thousands of years you look up the sky, the moon is there, and obviously it's going to spark inspiration and thoughts and inventiveness, and people are going to think, one day we're going to be on that. What would it be like to walk on it? And then someone comes out with a story, and years later, technology develops. Hey, presto, we've done it. We're walking on the moon. Some say it never happens. some say it never happened, and it's all part of a conspiracy, and it was done in a film studio in whatever it was, like the film Capricorn 1, where they faked it. I personally believe it did happen. And in fact, it was only this week that SpaceX launched a lunar lander to go to the moon. Not sure how long it's going to take to actually land, but it's there it's on its way now.
There's no
moon
wind.
landings.
There's no wind there.
They
wouldn't take a stiff flag. There's no purpose in that era. Almost all the flags that were being utilized for those type of scenarios were absolutely cloth and flags that would fall to the ground and would just have gravity to them, and you'd be able to see that. And then the flags that they posted in that video is a flag that is blowing in the wind, and there is no wind up there. So there's no way like that. There's a lot of this. It's an insane rabbit hole, but that very thing is like the thing that
well, you could counter that by saying if you push an object in space, it will just keep going in one direction.
But it was flapping. It was flapping. At
the same velocity until something stops it. So, I mean, you've got the solar wind. I'm not saying it's like normal winds, but
right.
There surely must be some sort of pressures that would induce that flag waving thing. Anyway, yeah, I know what you mean.
There's also so much that, like, I don't know. I think that obviously, right, if we think about the future and technology and these type of things, we need to understand that the amount of knowledge and information that they allow the general public to have access to compared to what is, you can look throughout history. It's always been the case where the top of the range science is driven by the militaries who have the most money, far wealthier than any single individuals could ever be, than citizens of the world, right? And collectively, these militaries have access to knowledge and information and technology that is very far advanced compared to where we are currently at. And even though we think that, wow, some of the technology, specifically, have you seen the new stuff? What is it called? Starts with an S. Siri, Sora? I think it's called Sora, okay? Let me Shadow Scout, bring up Sora, please. Sora. Sora. Look, I'm going to show you something fantastic. Look, if you haven't seen this yet, but bring up Sora, artificial intelligence.
Sora.
Yeah.
S-A or S-O?
Sora AI.
Yes.
Sora Open AI, right? I'm going to show you something very, very cool. And then bring up the one from open a page on your side, the Open AI, and then Sora. Click on that link. It'll be the first one that comes up there. So type like Sora AI into Google, and it'll give you an Open AI link as the top one. And then it'll say Sora-Open AI.
Dash. Oh, I suck on this.
You're fine, don't worry. It's okay. If you wanted me to, I could bring up mine. I don't mind.
Is this an AI language model?
So yeah, in the meanwhile, what I'll do is I'll give you a little bit of information from what I understand about it, obviously, is they've been doing text to video for a while, correct? And text to video has become pretty advanced as of late, specifically the last 2 days. Sora has now, and if you think about the potential, it means such a deep dive into how many jobs and positions and stuff, and that one can be concerned about that, but the fact of losing jobs should never stand in the advancement of technology and artificial intelligence for the future of mankind, because it is a benefit to all. So from our side, I think that what we should do is definitely try and understand that technologies such as Sora are here to help us. And those type of technologies can really leap progress into a beautiful future where we are able to resolve some of the things that impact humanity, such as the diseases and illnesses that we currently face, and things like, so here we go.
Is it this OpenAI?
That's it right there. Perfect. Yes, you brilliant. That's it, Shadow. Awesome. Go over that video there. So go to the one, scroll down, leave it at, there we go, right there. That you're seeing there, that video, that is AI created. That's text to video created. So all that you're seeing there is legitimately a video that's made just purely from artificial intelligence. And then there's more. There's a couple more of the videos that they obviously explain and show you the powerful capacity that it has. It's very, very interesting.
See this. Remember a film called The Running Man, Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
He was. They thought he'd died, so in a way of telling the public how he'd been killed, they produced an artificial intelligence overlay of his face and body onto someone else, and they killed him in this ring, and it made it look as if he had been killed. In fact, it was someone else, and that's a good use of AI. And no doubt they can. Well, in fact, it can be done now because they've had face swap video fakes and all this sort of stuff that has come out. Now, literally, it's very hard to tell now if a video has been faked. So you'll have to use AI to tell if it's been faked by AI, so to speak. Yeah, this sort of AI-driven video, anyone can do it. I did a 2-minute video a while back where I was playing around with it, but you're left with watermarks and limited. There's various limitations to it, unless you have to, pay for it and subscribe and all this sort of stuff. But I can imagine, what's available to someone who wants to pay. It's a really good tool to play around with.
Keep scrolling down, Shadow.
Okay.
Scroll down on this page. Scroll down on this page. Scroll down slowly though, but keep scrolling. Wait, stop there. That's AI. That's all AI created. None of that is real.
Yeah.
What you're seeing there is created by Sora 2 days ago. It's launched, and this is the cusp at the moment of what is available to us as citizens. That is what I'm trying to explain to you, is that the technology that certain societies and military have is far extending what we're currently seeing, and that's the thing that should make you think about what I'm talking about. But this technology is amazing and beautiful within itself, right? But imagine what is out there that we do not have access to. And if you do not believe that, then look throughout history, how often it's been where the military has always had things and then they get available and, released to the public like much, much, much later. Keep scrolling. There's more. There's more of this. If you keep going down, look at that. Goodbye, Pixar. Goodbye, animation studios, right? Those type of things. Yeah, that's all just text. They asked it to create that, and it created that. Keep scrolling. They asked it to create a paper world, and this is what it can do. That's all just generated. So there's a streamer that we watch as well, and And obviously this was bound to happen because video essentially is just pictures smashed together one after the other. So the way that they're able to do that is just advancements of CPU, it's just PCs getting faster. And remember in that famous quote from the Marvel Universe with Asgard, where today's magic is just tomorrow's science. You understand that?
Yeah.
So it's just science, it's computer and AR getting better. Keep scrolling. I think this is the last one though, if I'm not mistaken. That might be the last one. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah.
But you see how amazing that is, right? That's very, very interesting that they're able to do that. It's very, very cool. And there's no words for it actually. It's going to replace and change everything the way that we see it. And if you think about artificial intelligence and their growth, every single country in the world has to make sure that they are at the forefront and doing as much as they possibly can to be as advanced as possible on this field. Because if they do not do so, right, then what they do is they fall to the other countries, because it's becoming a military threat to not put as much advancement and as much funds that you possibly can into the technologies that will be tomorrow's military, because it's not going to be fought by that anymore. And what's going to happen eventually? What is the only way to stop these advancements, right? If you think about it, if you take down the internet, or if the internet has to fall, or if you have a lack of power, the grid goes down, or EMPs or solar flares or anything those are things that can counter this. Other than that, it's not going to stop.
Hendo says the world be changing very fast over the next 10 years. And there's cusp of AI global revolution, folks.
Absolutely, Hendo. You're wise. You're very wise. You understand it all. There's a lot that I can't even begin to explain how exciting all is as well. Yeah, we should be careful not to play God, right? I understand that too. I get that. But I just think that it's just very exciting. Of course it is.
I agree with that.
Yeah, just make sure you can handle yourself when the lights go off, okay? That's all I'm saying. Is as fun as it is and as amazing as this technology and as convenient as it can make life, make sure that you can still go out there and camp and hike and live out in the woods when it comes down to it, because and learn everything that you can from these nice Saturday night streams on ShadowScoutSwede live stream, folks. Go ahead, prepare to switch.
Right, yeah. I think in the real down and dirty world, it will come down to the information war. You'll never know what's real, what's fake. So the fakery of war information, the grey zone warfare, will become more and more pertinent than it is now. And a lot of people will start using it for not so much faking their own stuff, but to make the work easier for them. So, for instance, you can make your own YouTube channel based on what you're inputting, for instance, and you don't even have to pick up a camera, be any good at the camera effects, lighting, or any of this sort of stuff, or editing. You just let AI do it all.
Haven't you seen them already? I know everybody listening to me right now has seen them pop up on the YouTube recommendations with these small YouTube channels with a small amount of view count, with videos that look very AR. They are AR. Like, you can see your feed already being scattered by videos that are just genuinely created from just these programs, and it's just going to get worse and worse. And then I knew this when I was doing Guardian's Quest, and I knew that what I was doing on video last year, in the future, anybody can just create something very similar, and it wouldn't be, I don't know, just think about that a bit more. And just because it's going to be very interesting. You can make yourself look like anything in the future. It's not even just photoshopping, it's video shopping. Like it's making you can look super buff. And then you meet the person and they're like not even anything of like what they, it's weird.
Yeah. You even see it with newspaper articles, especially at the moment. You look at a newspaper article, and you actually delve into what's being written. It's just absolute crap. It's drivel. And so that's not written by a human. So the AI context, as far as articles go, isn't quite there, I don't think, because you can tell. But they're definitely doing it to take the workload off themselves, definitely. So something else then, which is which I saw from science fiction, was the good old laser gun or ray gun and rail guns. They're on their way now. Well, we definitely got lasers, and there's definitely lasers which have been weaponized. I mean, I used to use a laser which was classed as a weapon back in 1994, and you could only fire it if you're on a proper rifle range or a laser range. So they're definitely, this thing had a range of, well, I won't say exactly, but plus 20 Ks. So they're definitely in existence, and rail guns as well. There's reports now of rail guns on ships and this sort of stuff. The first time I saw a rail gun on a film was an Arnold Schwarzenegger film again. But yeah, they weren't in existence back then, and they are now. Lasers, they're all over the place, and they're talking now about beaming information through or via laser and energy via laser as well. In fact, what they're on about now is collecting the sun's energy via big dishes and transmitting it back down to Earth using lasers. So they're, definitely in existence. You look back in time, we had compact disc players, they use lasers. So as far as handheld pistols go, ray guns and this sort of stuff, and laser guns, I don't think we're there quite yet, although someone's probably been experimenting with them. But it was only this week that I saw a report that someone shone a handheld laser at a police helicopter. Yeah. And the police helicopter was looking directly at them at the time, and they knew it was and got them. So that's always a real threat. And likewise, we're talking about guns, sound guns. If you saw the film Minority Report, they use some sort of pulse cannon there, or sound gun, which has developed into, sound guns are real. There's things called HERF guns, which are high energy radio frequency guns. So they're in existence. They've been in existence since the Vietnam War. And you've now got the ones the American police use, which direct a big sound weapon at the crowds. Can't remember the name of them. It's not called LiDAR. Anyway, it's a crowd control device. So again, some sort of sound gun.
Problem is with the lasers is that, I don't know if you've played around with a laser and you've met somebody that's got a mirror.
Yeah.
So like, as much as you can use lasers, a big mirror will always be able to like deflect it right back at the person shooting it, right? If you have the technology to trace it and you shoot up like this, you know what I mean? There's ways to deflect them. And like that's something where it's hard to deflect something. So Shadow, if you can bring up the M134 minigun, right? So if you can bring up the quad M134 minigun, like just bring that up quickly. That's new footage that's come out quite recently, and that's where even lasers are amazing, right? I love them, but like miniguns are like actual miniguns in the real world right now, like the ones. Just try and Google an image of one or something, like bring up one. There she is. There she is. That right. Like that's no matter what like you think that you could put up like in terms of shielding or anything, that'll rip through it. That'll legitimately the power that this has that you're looking at. Okay, I know that we can't get too much into it, but I'm just saying that it's unstoppable. That you're looking at, and then what they do is they have quad those that are mounted. They mount 4 of them together, 4 of these mounted together, and then they just allow them to just go. It's really quite magical to watch. But I'm just saying, like when it comes down to how far human progression is, the advancement of technology as well is really exciting. And I just think that let's close that for now. Though let's not dwell on it too much.
Well, any weapon's got its limitations, you see. So, I mean, things like miniguns, Vulcan cannons, stuff like that. Their limitation is range, sound, and gravity, basically. And likewise, lasers. You've got beam divergence, reflectivity, and absorption, all this sort of stuff. So yeah, I mean, most things can be countered. It's no doubt things will get more powerful as they go on. And
also, money is just numbers on a screen, right?
Oh yeah.
So, like money essentially, it bears no weight anymore. Like it's weird. Like it's just if you think about it in the digital aspects in the digital world where we're going at the moment with like pop way past current. Anyway, it's an interesting topic, but yeah, it's rather.
I can remember what was it? I've forgotten. Yeah. Remember, Star Wars, for instance, the Star Wars program that the American president came out with in 1980 odd.
Yeah,
Reagan.
I remember that.
So yeah, definitely another one derived from some sort of science fiction project, book and film and stuff. Most of these things are like most films are derived from, especially pre-2000 films, are derived from writers, and most of these writers were deep thinkers, and they had time on their hands and really thought in depth about new things, inventions, trends, and this sort of stuff, and they were able to write about them because it wasn't a physical device that you could actually prove. But it's interesting how in some circumstances it actually became to reality. And the question is, did it become reality because it was a natural trend of things, or did it become reality because someone actually dreamt it up and wrote about it? So, yeah, so another one, for instance, is robots, a classic one, just about most science fiction films, from The Forbidden Planet, Robbie the Robot, all the way through to Terminator. So robots is definitely up there in terms of science fiction versus reality and what's actually came true.
You saw the new Tesla bot, right? Have you seen
the
new Tesla bot? Did you see the new Tesla bot from this year?
I've seen. Yeah, Grok.
Is it? Maybe. I think so. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, what he's planning to do, last I heard, was he's got the Tesla bot and he's got this super AI program called Grok. I think it's GROC, or I'm not sure if it's C or K, but Grok. And he's going to put Grok into the Tesla bot to make it a super intelligent robot, which will be very interesting. Yeah, Grok at the moment is a super language model, AI based. It's not open to the public yet, but I think you can sign up on the waiting list for it.
Yeah, that's very cool. Like that's going to be amazing. I think that the fact that we have that, I really hope we realize as species at some point that it makes no sense to have war with one another. war has no place in the modern world, I don't believe. And I think that when you look at what it does to people and the impacts that it has on people and across the world, how many wars are ongoing right now and how many innocent people are impacted, I think that it's absolutely uncalled for. And why should we still live in a world where that exists? I think that we can live in a much better world if you consider like where we are with technology and where we are with, it's just through greed that prohibits the growth of, the rest of the world as well. And I think, and when I say greed, don't get me wrong, I'm not being like revolutionist at all. I'm just saying that like it doesn't make sense for us to have any wars right now. Like it really just doesn't make sense. And when you look at what they cause and what happens as well. And now something that I want to ask you as well, when it comes to war and its political causes, isn't it funny that like now what you've seen that you can do with, artificial intelligence as well, and through text to video, what is stopping people from using that for political reasons as well? Like, how do you know what you're seeing in the media at the moment and on the news?
Oh, yeah.
Like, it could be all just, so you've got to really check and guess things.
Guys, I want to show you this. This is a light bending camouflage. And
wow.
I came up with this idea to try to find something about it. And this idea with a light bending camouflage it comes from another movie, The Predator. They have a light bending camouflage, which means it's like a mirror. So what you see is the surroundings. You don't see the person.
Yeah, that that quantum stealth shield there, when that first came out, it was one video done by someone in China, and they also did an invisibility cloak as well.
Yeah,
and everyone thought it was some sort of con or scam, which I think at the time, I don't know, I'm not sure whether it was or not, but this sort of stuff has been played around with and tested since at least the 80s. And I've spoken to people in research departments that have sort of loosely said, indicated this sort of stuff. But yeah, interesting how Predator, the film Predator, when he goes invisible, I bet you they're working on that now. And it's not actually too far-fetched, because there's YouTube channels out there which interview eyewitnesses, and there's been many eyewitnesses saying that they've seen predator-like beings in the woods, deep in the woods of South America, China, Russia, Australia, that have said they saw this creature run across in front of them, and it looked like Predator. And so, it makes you wonder where this all originates from. And one of the famous cases is, I think it was a bloke called John Mack. His wife was hunting in a tree. She was bow hunting. She was up in a tree stand, and she heard this noise, and she saw this blurry creature across the way from her. And she said it looked like something covered in saran wrap, she said, which is like clear plastic, basically. She couldn't really discern what it was, no outline, but it was definitely a creature that was moving through the woods. And she said it was just like the thing out of Predator.
Yeah. I watched on Discovery Channel many years ago. They had in US, they had created a coat with mirrors, and you had to operate that with batteries. So when you activated the batteries and let the electricity go through the coat, it make you basically invisible because it cut the surrounding, the mirrors.
Yeah. I mean, it's all right.
The surroundings.
And then the day,
the problem was.
Sorry, go on.
The problem with that was they had to recharge the batteries frequently because it drawn so much energy from the batteries.
Yeah.
So they could use it only for a couple of minutes. I think it was 15 minutes they could have it activated. Then the battery were out. So
isn't the problem with real life devices? It works okay in a lab, but get it down and dirty in the field and trial and testing it and get it in the hands of real people. It's a different story. Battery limitations are a huge one with many devices. Hey, Vanessa. And
hey, Vanessa.
They're actually working on a vehicle invisibility technology where the vehicle had micro cameras and it then projected image of its background onto the screen in front of it to make it look like it was invisible. But yeah, I know. Yeah, like if you could go back to the Harry Potter sort of invisibility cloak. Yeah, no, you know, if anyone's got that sort of technology, I guarantee someone's probably trying to work on that. If they haven't already.
Welcome, Big Matt. Good to see you, brother.
If they haven't already made it already, you know. But at the end of the day, who are we trying to fool? Firstly, you've got to try and fool the human. So our eyes, ears, and this sort of stuff. And then again, you've got to thereafter fool electronic sensors. So thermal imaging technology, infrared reflectivity, and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, no wonder it takes a long time. I think it's far more better if, you know, we put all our time and effort into something more creative rather than destructive, really. But yeah. So going back at robots, for instance, I was thinking about when I come up with, you know, on about Robbie the robot in the Forbidden Planet. You go all the way up now. You mentioned Robot 21, and you know these days they think of Terminator and this sort of stuff, where you got this autonomous artificial intelligence super robot, almost indestructible with a battery life that lasts hundreds, thousands of years. And even films like Interstellar, where you've got that three-legged thing that accompanied him on his journey out to space called TARS. That's more like probably what I imagine things to progress to, something that's going to help a mission in multiple ways. I think when it comes to robots, the fear is, you know, they're so powerful they could easily kill a human quite quickly. I think that's the fear that everyone has. First time I ever saw a robot was in the Ford car factory in just outside London, and you saw all these robots spot welding cars together on a production line and spraying vehicles and stuff like that. And it was this big orange sort of arm that just kicked into motion when the next car came down the line, and you looked at it in awe, thinking, who's controlling this sort of thing, you know? But now we're progressing in such a way that we are almost at the point where we could do anything that was in films as far as robots go. And, you know, what we've got to do is look at things like General Dynamics, got the Atlas robot. And when you look at it, it's all very functional. It can jump around, do backflips and also all this sort of stuff. But it really looks like a predetermined set of commands that someone's put into it, really. I don't think we've yet seen anything like what Elon Musk's talking about, for instance, which is Grok. You know, combining a artificial intelligence type program with an autonomous, fully walking machine. You know.
Yeah.
He's probably done it, and he just hasn't refined it and released it yet. It wouldn't surprise me.
There you go. That's the truth. Not just that, but he's also implanted, like, yeah, there's a whole lot that he's done that he hasn't explained in truth, and I don't know half of it. I genuinely, I think that none of us know any of it. You know what I mean? I know as much as everybody else, and what we know is nothing when it comes to what he's been doing on the side. He's got a lot of side projects. If you look at his schedule as well, and if you analyze what he does, he like works wherever he works. He like sleeps over there as well, but he also he disappears for like periods of time as well. Oh, that's a long
for download.
There's a lot of things that people question and stuff like that. Like, what I will say is that, it's just amazing how much technology he has access to, and I think that if he wanted to, he could have caused so much more destruction by now. And the fact that if you've watched the interview with Vladimir Putin and Tucker Carlson, Vladimir Putin himself says that Elon Musk is unstoppable at this point. And for Vladimir Putin to say that, you've got to understand that bears weight, because he doesn't say that about anybody, and it doesn't say about, that type of thing very lightly. I'm not putting him on a pedestal. I don't put any human being on a pedestal. I'm just saying that I will definitely, question why he would have said that. Look at these suits. These are amazing, Shadow. Look at this technology, right? And with 3D printers, you know that with advanced 3D printers, this isn't that far away from any of us being able to have access to this if we wanted to.
This is actually ballistic armor. This is the future suit uniform for the soldiers in the future. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that with advanced, with the way that we have 3D printing at the moment, and that's getting better and better, we could definitely perhaps look at different materials that are being used for the future that are much more hardy and would perhaps be able to, offer protection against, small arms fire and that type of thing, and melee attacks. And I think having equipment like this and then training really hard so that you can have the proper form as well and have the capability to use this. And the possibilities are endless. We're not too far from superheroes by using technology, just putting it out there. I'm just saying.
You see, a big one there you mentioned is 3D printers, and that is it's a massive leap forward, because you could go on to, say, like Elon's doing again, to a Mars mission, and if you got the right sort of 3D printer printing out different materials, you could essentially make your own spares as you're going without the need for extra sort of resupply and stuff. You just need a supply and a source of printing material, really. That's definitely a leap forward. I think that was
it's called a fabricator.
Right.
What you're speaking about is called a fabricator.
Right. That definitely a futuristic machine that's in the hands of people now. Well, in terms of the 3D printing consumer units, definitely. I'm a bit more skeptical when it comes to some things like the body armor side of it and the weaponized side of it, because you've got, as soon as something comes out, you can counter it with something else. So it's very limited. I can remember the first time we were given body armor, and this was back in 1994. People didn't wear it. The only people who wore it were the ones who were told to, you must wear this sort of stuff. We were more of a free unit, so to speak, and we just ditched it because it was too hot, too heavy, and the actual protection it provided was a bit negligible anyway. So, yeah, so basically what I'm saying is the vulnerabilities and counter vulnerabilities and things to overcome it can change all the time. So, and this gear gets heavier and heavier. It's got to be super lightweight. And what else we got? Another one which has come to fruition really is drones. And and we've all seen drones in films and read about them. And the first one I could think of would be something like They Live, for instance. But now they're common use everywhere, and even on they've been used to extensive harm in Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, they used a lot of drones there.
Yeah, they're churning them out so fast. They can't keep up with the demand. Put it that way. John Wick.
Actually, yeah, Kevlar suits. Actually, those exist really. You can buy a nice suit made of Kevlar.
Yeah, what they don't tell you is the amount of broken ribs and bruising you get when you actually get hit.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a good time.
No,
doesn't sound fun.
There's no such thing as bulletproof, just bullet resistant.
I get that. That sounds really like painful, and yeah, I'm glad that I currently don't have to, have any situations like that.
So what else we got? What other predictions have we got? Talking of predictions, more and more now we're seeing. We stand back to a film called Minority Report, which, funnily enough, was supposed to be a sequel to Total Recall.
Yes.
Minority Report, they had pre-crime, so they're predicting crime, and that's happening now all the time. But the difference is with that film is they could predict it down to a high degree of accuracy, and they are actually arresting people and putting them away. And prediction's quite one of the biggest sought after things that everyone does nowadays. Companies, businesses, governments. And this is what all algorithms are sort of tending to steer towards. If you can predict the next event, the next big thing.
Do you want to step into dangerous territory for a moment? Do you want us to go
on. Well, yeah.
Okay, so Shadow Scout, bring up Nitro Zeus. Nitro Zeus.
Nitro Zeus.
Nitro Zeus, yeah. And show that on the screen.
ZEUS, is it? Sounds like a character out of the Matrix.
You'll see.
No, that was not.
Do a light deep dive on that, like.
Right, just Transformer.
No, the other Nitro Zeus, not
right.
The Transformer that is being used to try and squish.
I'm doing it. The US. Is it the US had a top secret weapon that could destroy Iran's something?
It goes further and much deeper than that, yes. But that's so.
Right.
I can't find it.
I've got one here. It's from Business Insider. The US could have destroyed Iran's entire infrastructure without dropping a single bomb. The US had a top secret operation that it gave it the ability to shut down much of Iran's infrastructure ahead of school-scale war. Nitro Zeus was first exposed in the film 0 Days and later corroborated by the New York Times, which interviewed intelligence and military officials who were involved. So it's all about a full-scale cyber war with no attribution.
Yes, and the world has been at war in World War III since 2010, and nobody knows about it because it's been done through. And you can, if you go down the rabbit holes enough, you'll find what I'm talking about. Like you can look into it, and everything that I'm saying. That's why I'm very cautious on what to say specifically on these topics, because like if you start understanding more and more about Nitro Zeus and Do you know about Stuxnet? What that was?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we don't need to go into Stuxnet, but Stuxnet in itself is very similar in terms of the technology and the fact is that, as I said, right, so obviously all countries, they have to be pushing as fast as they possibly can to be at the forefront because it's all that's going to matter. So obviously technologies are getting more and more like, yeah.
I can't find it.
You should, if you can't find it, that's concerning. Maybe you can't find it in your country.
It makes complete sense. I'm sure we've had this for a while. That
all I get is emerald green
Transformer.
carpet.
Anyway, basically, I think most countries, developed countries that have got the technology to do so, have, and it would surprise me if they haven't, got the capability now to electronically attack another country. And they've probably already got worms and malware and really advanced stuff in their systems.
But where is it though? Where is it? So like, where are the visible like impacts of of war of countries like attacking each other virtually or anything? Where's the infrastructures that are failing? Where's the you would be seeing more, right? But there's not.
Well,
so where's it all happening? And like, why aren't we seeing anything? Why is everything just happening so casually and mundane and normally as you'd expect? Where's this like internet warfare or anything like that? Where you know what I mean? Like there's sure, go ahead.
So you've got two sorts of sides to this. There's probably more, but you've got the physical. We used to talk. We're talking about military planning and taking an asset out or anything like this. You call it an effect. So if you want to produce an effect, as in, you want to take out a tank, for instance, the actual motion of taking out the tank is called the effect. So you're going to, what effect do you want to do on that tank? Destroy it. Okay, that's the effect. So basically, the effect of we're more or less talking about grey zone warfare now, which is a sort of ethereal online cloud warfare. If people want to imagine that sort of thing. So there's two sorts of side of it, two blunt sides of it. There's the physical side, so the physical effects of it, as in you can see destructive effects or the effects of blackout, for instance. So there's a noticeable thing happening, or a computer system, a health system in an entire country gets taken down. That's the effect that someone wants, and that's probably quite easy to do because there's backdoors and intrusions that are there already, and these probably originate from passwords and this sorts of stuff that people can just switch on and off if they want to produce an overt effect. So on the other side of it is the sort of silent effect. And the silent effect will probably, and it's going on now, it's been going on for a while, is real grey zone warfare where you're influencing a population. Why go to physical measures and direct measures of taking down or shutting down various systems in a country when you can turn the public against each other itself by influence? Using various things like AI and information warfare, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, that's also true, but maybe one of the countries already won. Do you understand how plausible that is? That one of the countries have already won, and the rest of it's just almost distraction. Like that's, I don't know.
Yeah. So you say let's say America, for instance. America could have had various communications channels with other countries. Say, right, We know we can do this. Toe the line. Is that the sort of thing you're...
Isn't that what it looks like if you look into it?
Yeah, well, yeah, because I'll give people an example. Isn't it funny how Russia and America, or Russia and the West, or NATO, for instance, have been
so much trouble talking about this? Do you know that?
Yeah,
if there ever was anything to get into trouble talking about, but continue.
Isn't it funny how they've been quote unquote enemies since the end of the Second World War, yet it's all friendly when it comes to the space station. I mean, why, if you're that much enemies and you've got nuclear weapons pointing at each other's countries, and you're with 90 seconds to mutually assured destruction through nuclear weapons, that you would say to America, yeah, come over here, you use our rockets, we'll train you, and we'll take you up to this nice little space station we got. Well, what's all that about? It's complete, it just goes against everything that's, on one thing, that you've got the population running around like idiots at a moment's notice because Putin's mentioned the N-word, nuclear. And on the other hand, we're all shaking hands with each other and providing Mars bars and Snickers and all this sort of stuff. They're still rolling into America. You've got people at the space station and all this sort of stuff. It's just bizarre. All these different angles and layers that are going on. Who do you believe? It's like governments. We've got elections coming up soon, and there's only real two parties at the moment. There's 3 or 4 others out there upcoming, but you either vote red or blue. So red for Labour, which was historically the working man's.
Yeah. Only to find out you're voting for the same party. Exactly.
Yeah, and then blue or Conservative, and then there's a constant battle going on, raved up by the media. And it's everything's politics. Everything on TV is politics, all this sort of stuff. And then they get into power, nothing changes. It's just the only thing they've got control of is the budget. Everything else gets voted on in Parliament. It's just a complete joke. Yeah. Anyway, science fiction based. Yeah, it's really, really bizarre. And if anyone's read 1984, there's a lot of quotes in there which are quite futuristic and trends that have come to light. Thing is, like I said,
Daria gets it. We are still in the dark ages. Very, very good point there. Continue.
Yeah, we're like a monkey brain with a phone in our hands.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Because deep inside, we're still running around. There's some countries running around throwing spears at each other still, and on the other half of the planet, there's people bloody walking around just voice-activated houses. Telling the house to switch the lights on, turn the heating up, turn it down. It's very bizarre.
That reminds me.
Didn't get a point. Go ahead. Sorry, Shadow.
That reminds me of the movie Running Man.
Right.
Well, they had turn on the lights, please. Start the coffee maker.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's typically AI. So
similar to Brave New World, where you had this massive community, city, however big it was, with everything so technologically advanced. They were growing babies in wombs and all this sort of stuff, and everything was sorted out. And they went outside the city, and there were people there hunting with their hands, making fires and rubbing sticks together and this sort of stuff. And they were literally living like the Stone Age. The big disparity, and we're more or less, there's a big divide in the world at the moment, similar to. So go on, Shadow. You was gonna say something?
No, it's just itchy.
Right. Yeah, so
I question a lot of the points that I want to raise on this specific topic, because there's so much that's exciting, but it's also like the whole world of AI and technology, and like warfare as well, like where things are at, and I don't know, it's just weird. Continue, preparedness.
It's most of this technology, even stuff that exists, is although it exists, it's still, a lot of it doesn't really stand up to the human element and the real world element. For instance, I don't know if it's over egged or over advertised or what. You could buy the best security camera system, for instance, online. Go to Amazon, you'll be there tomorrow. Put it up, fit it, and when you actually look at what it produces, you got then watch the batteries. If it rains, you got various problems. If person's wearing certain materials on their coats, it reflects and blocks out the camera. You can blind the camera with lights, and it doesn't really, I think it's still very limited in many aspects of technology. I just bought, for instance, this all singing, all dancing battery, handheld battery for a vehicle. And it jump starts the vehicle, any size vehicle. It's a 4,000 amp jump starter. Very good, but I looked at it and I thought, well, there's one key problem here. You drop it and the whole thing cracks because it's made of, brittle plastic. So we're not, things that seem to be produced nowadays, even for military use. I mean, everyone thinks military gear that gets issued to soldiers is all singing or dancing. And I hear this term bandied around all the time. Say, military grade. It's a military grade radio, military grade knife, military grade sunglasses, and all this sort of stuff. If anyone's been in the military, we had a saying that your equipment is produced by the cheapest bidder. And it's all sort of backhanders, handshakes, and all this sort of stuff. And the real technology is the stuff that gets developed into R&D establishments, research and development establishments, that never sees the light of day because it never gets any either continuation of funding or real world testing. And I've seen it firsthand that the majority of things which do see the light of day, I had a conversation with the director about this. He had this piece of equipment. He's basically said to me, he goes, this will never see the light of day unless it gets proven in Afghanistan. So this and other companies were pushing to get their products used in Afghanistan or Iraq and other places, so that they got the tick in the box saying they were battle tested and all this sort of stuff. And as soon as that happens, fine, they get the funding, it all gets pushed out and rolled out and developed even further. But yeah, a lot of the stuff, however revolutionary it is, I bet there's a lot of it out there we haven't even seen or never seen or never heard of again. It's a big black hole, and most of it for the consumer definitely is just all geared towards profit, really. And the thing with profit nowadays, these companies is, or partly, is the shareholder system. And there's a faceless owner because it's owned by multiple shareholders, and the board of directors, all they're interested in is satisfying the shareholders to make more profit. Exactly, Daryl there says it's all about money. But it's the behind the scenes. People may want to refer to it as the military industrial complex if they want, but it's more or less the military consumer world, if you like. Multiple companies all bidding for their item to be bought. I can remember once I went to a place, and we were after a certain piece of equipment, specialist piece of equipment, and we were shown 3 items that did the job. And we had to play about with the first one. It was fine. It was a bit fragile. It didn't do all the stuff we wanted, but it satisfied the key user requirements for us. Then we looked at the second piece of equipment. It wasn't as good as the first piece of equipment. It was okay, but still not up to the job. And we looked at the third piece of equipment. It was complete crap. It did half of what we wanted it to do. It wasn't really robust enough. The power limitations were horrendous. We said, no, we don't want that. And we picked the first one. Because we got invited to this place to say, which one do you want to use? We said, oh, that one there. About 6 months, 6 months later, the piece of equipment turned up, and it wasn't the one we picked. It was the cheapest one, and we thought, oh, Christ, they picked that one. So then we had to bodge it, add our own bits to it, and make it work. Basically, is what we got told to do. Okay, so things have got its limitations. So if anyone comes out with a quote and they're trying to sell you something, and they come out with a quote called called military grade, I'd question that severely. So we got CR joining us, have we?
Yeah, he says, be right back, joining too. He will be here in a minute or two.
So going back to science fiction then.
Yeah.
The early 1950s science fiction films in black and white I find the most interesting, because they come up with the most sort of bizarre inventions and items you see. Because the reason modern day films, you're talking about year 2000 plus, they've got access to more and more sort of information, and they can see where the trends are going. As soon as we hit the sort of microprocessor age, transistor age, where we've got computers, things sort of change then. It's the 1950s types of films I think very thought inspiring. No matter how rubbish they are in terms of storyline and acting, some are really quite good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The thing is, of course, I mean, a big one that people have been talking about for years now is the Terminator films. Not in terms of time travel or anything like this, but in terms of a more intelligent, artificially made robot overpowering and taking over or wiping out humans. I think that's a thing which is very concerning, and things should be, and they probably are being put in motion to try and control development. Although, as far as we see it, the general public and the consumer, we're probably being told it is being controlled, and X, Y, and Z. But if you were a government or a superpower, a military force, and you come across a groundbreaking piece of equipment that was produced, then you could quite easily hold that back, because why wouldn't you distribute it? It's similar to the Roswell theory that a spaceship did crash in Roswell, or 2 spaceships did crash in Roswell. Bodies were recovered, technology was recovered. So why didn't they share it with the rest of the world? A big reason is because if you've got the technology and you were developing the technology from an alien planet or intelligence, then you were then in control. You had everything. You were far superior to your existing Earth-based sort of enemies. So,
if I have an unlimited supply of oranges and I want people to buy oranges, all right, and I know that the oranges, themselves have this analogy's one that you got to be cautious with. But say for example, somebody brings across pineapples, right? And I've got all of these oranges, and I want the public to buy the oranges all the time. And the public sees that these oranges, eventually the supply that I've got out for them to see, the orange supply starts dwindling, all right? And across the world, the price of oranges starts raising, okay? And we could be using pineapples this whole time. Instead, the only ones that I want to show to people, because I want to basically try and attain as much as I can from the general public. So I allow the orange supply to get so small that people are basically on their knees begging for the last of the oranges when they could be having pineapples the entire time. And that is what they're doing to us, and people are blind to it.
I remember this became a realization for me in about 2003, in the fact that we're being drip-fed technology for the good in some circumstances, because you can't keep giving people leaps and bounds. They've got time to adjust. And the realization for me was when the first Pentium, it was a Pentium computer chip that came out, and back then, you know, the computer magazines are all talking about processor speeds and this sort of stuff. Not so much nowadays, really, because you're getting dual processors, quad core, and all this sort of stuff. But back then,
hey CR, good to see you.
CR's got the eye of Hal there.
Yeah, something like
That's
that.
an amazing icon, CR. I completely approve. I love that.
You know, back in the 2003 odd, this Pentium chip came out, and it was something like I don't know, I can't remember what it was, 600 hertz processor or 600 meg processor. The next day, they showcased a processor in a convention, and it was like a 5 gig processor. It was unbelievable. You thought, well, if you go to Moore's law, then we're not going to see that sort of technology for another 30 years. And this is, you know, drip feeding technology, because if you were to suddenly bring out, and it was probably quite feasible at the time to produce 5 gig processors or whatever, or processors far in advance of the existing ones in use, then if you think about it, every company in the world that's got a network or a computer that wants to continue their trade in and so on, including, you know, stock exchanges, office complexes, and all this sort of stuff, they've got to immediately update every one of their computers throughout their whole office building, all their employees, and so on and so on. And it would just be infeasible. So I can see why people are drip feeding technology to a certain pace, but they've now got
Well,
the power.
they got to sell something next year, right?
Well, yeah. Well, they've now got the power to dictate the pace and the rate of progression, if you see what I mean.
It's still in the prototype.
All for, you know, yeah, like you said, they've got to sell us new things, profits.
Yep.
I mean, toothpaste, for instance, every year you see from one particular brand, for instance, let's just say it's Colgate, they'll come out with a new toothpaste. Is it any better than the first one they come out with? They've got to come out with something new to keep the consumer interested that is better than the previous version, you know.
Yeah.
Is that Crest?
Well, it's got CR in it.
CR, yeah. I use Signal. Well, yeah, you don't have to use any, I suppose. You can use flossing is better than brushing, by the way. Allegedly. So CR, go on in. Come out with some science fiction based predictions.
Well, let me ask Jarvis here. No.
Jarvis.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Let me ask the computer first. Hey, computer, is there any futuristic technology coming out later this year? Yes, there is.
There was an episode of Star Trek. It was a film. It was the one where they went back in time to pick up the whales And
I remember that.
Right.
I remember that one.
There's an episode. There's a part in that film where they're all pretending to be people from the 20th century, aren't they? And
yeah.
Scotty, he asks Kirk asks Scotty to come up with some sort of containment device. So Scotty thinks, right, well, I'll make this transparent metal, and he talks to, he sees this computer next to him, so he starts talking to the computer. He says, "Computer," and the computer doesn't respond, and he wonders why. Yeah, we're there now. You could literally talk to a computer like Siri and Alexa and this sort of stuff, and it will come out with the answer. Because now, all these devices, they've got the complete reference guide to the internet. So you could literally ask them anything. And don't suppose anyone's used any of the language models out there.
I'm going to scare you to an agree with that, if you want me to. Go ahead.
Go on. Yeah, go on. Well, all right, I'll just name a couple. There's Bard, which has now changed its name to Gemini. You could literally ask it anything. It's a text-based language tool, although you could probably talk to it via microphone, and it'll also do pictures and stuff like that. And it'll analyze, and write emails for you, and all this sort of stuff. Analyze massive amounts of data, give you results, write you poems, can write you stories, can read you bedtime stories. So it's all pretty good stuff. Yeah, go on, Guardian.
Come on, Guardian, we're listening.
I just had to fetch a snack quickly. I'm sorry. I was in the kitchen. I could hear the conversation.
That's my excuse. That's my excuse. What are you talking about?
Now you may see you're hungry again.
All right.
Thanks. I just showed up and I'm already hungry. Within 5 minutes.
Not intentional at all, here. So,
Sure.
What I will say is that this year specifically that we're getting into, and we're already 2 months in. So my predictions for the year, could falter in every way, but I'm telling you that I have not predicted in any previous year the way that I will say this right now, when I say that this year will be more significant to our lives than any of the years in the last 2 decades in terms of changes. And you can take that to the bank and write it down. And if by the end of this year that this has not been the most significant year in the last 2 decades, then I will absolutely never make any predictions again about any other timeline or anything else occurring within our lives. But I give you this, and that is what I'm saying. Within this specific year, we are going to experience an extremely large, significant change. And whether or not you want to believe that for now, we'll see by the 31st of December in 2024.
Ooh.
Well, I predict that to be true, or that you're going to be making more predictions.
Never make predictions. Too many variables.
Yeah, it is. Too many variables. Yes, I can agree with that, but I have a feeling that this year,
I don't.
Considering what's happening around the world and all these tensions and all this mess, it will.
They'll get worse.
It will get worse. Yes. So.
I mean, I've even
this
heard.
Year will be pretty tough.
I've heard that Mr. P has got his eyes on Moldova now as well. So.
Yeah, that too.
It's It's going to be difficult, definitely.
Yeah, I agree with that. Daryl Survival says, who has heard of Vimanas?
Vimanas.
Never heard of.
Go on in, Daryl. Enlighten us. I'll have to Google it. Vimana are a mythological flying palace or chariot described in Hindu texts and Sanskrit epics. The Pushkapa Vimana of Ravana is the most quoted example of a Vimana. Vimanas are also mentioned in Jain texts. Some sort of flying conical thing. If that's the right one he's talking about. Right, yeah. So Vimanas are Indian spaceships from over 10,000 years ago. You see, another thing, a lot of people believe in the Matrix theory, where superintelligence has got that far in advanced that it completely controls us, and the fact that we could all be living in a simulation. And every now and then it resets itself to another version of. Thing is, the problem I have with technology is that we're still so vulnerable in terms of power and overload. So overload in, from the power grid from the sun, for instance, solar flare, and we could still be knocked back to the Stone Age within the next couple of days, for instance.
Can I just add something?
Yeah, you can.
And we also don't. Some of us are forgetting the ways of the past because of the convenience of today or tomorrow. We're forgetting about these other things that we used to do when we didn't have it.
Yeah. So the old methods and ways.
Hey, Hugo, good to see you, CB.
Hi, CB. Hi, Hugo. Yeah, we're forgetting those at times, right? The knowledge has been lost in time.
Guys, saying good evening and welcome to the stream.
I said once that preppers are the continuation force of humanity, because most preppers, the preppers have gone through some sort of morph, if you like. I'm not saying they end up as a superhero, but they start off as a normal human.
Change.
Well, preppers start off as a normal human. They start off, they delve into bushcraft skills, survival skills, and then they start gathering the essentials needed for the threat associated for where they are, and so they're ensuring their own future. So they are effectively the continuation force of humanity, because if anything did hit and wiped out, took everyone back to the Stone Age, while all the rest of people were fighting over the last can of beans and so on, the organised, intelligent prepper would have had information stored, books stored, tools stored, and the know-how and skills to continue things on.
I think that it gives us a head start in certain ways. Yeah. Absolutely, it really does, and it allows us to see the transition period in a lot more of a gentle way between currently and that type of lifestyle. However, I want to raise a point, which is that it also is very much down to luck too. So like in location where you are and that type of thing when things go awry. So like luck would also play a big part, and the biggest part of the prepper mindset, right? The reason why I absolutely stand with what you're saying is because a lot of people, if things had to really go upside down, a lot of people, you'll find that within the prepper community, a lot of preppers are preppers because they've been through hardships in their life, or they've been through things that have really kind of made them question the stability of the future, right? Or they also have people that they care for, that they don't see, that they feel that the need to protect. They don't feel that the reliability of the future is something to depend on. The stability of the future is something to depend on. And so what I will say really, why I do agree with your point, is because the mindset is where it really counts. So a lot of people who are preppers spend a lot of time mentally understanding that things could potentially fall apart at any point, and they see situations in the news rather as being like, okay, that's in the news. They see them as, okay, how far could this really go? Every single situation is potentially something that could go really upside down. And because of that ideology, it makes sure that a lot of the people who are into preparedness, survival, outdoors, like adventure sports, whatever it is, like a lot of people that in their own rights and regards have the capability to be rugged in the outdoors, whichever gender, like there's so many different, different colors and wonderful people that have different attributes that could aid to something like that. But it's the understanding and the capability that you have to remain stable and to remain steadfast when things are turning upside down that makes the difference between people who are preppers and people who are just general civilians who don't give a damn and say to themselves, don't worry, at the last minute I'll quickly pack a bag, or don't worry, I know how to handle myself, but they've never looked up like the plants in their local region, what they can eat. They've never like spent any time understanding like the basics of bushcraft, as you're talking about. Like they've never like looked at like ways in which to make sure that they can like do basic trapping, or how to build water filters, or how to like take care of yourself first, like with first aid in the wilderness, or how to like just do general hunting, bow hunting. Like have they ever fired a bow? Have they ever like pulled a bowstring whatsoever? Like have they like spent any time in hiking boots tracking on like a really far hike? How far they're into the woods? How much have they tested themselves? How far they're willing to go mentally? And that's the difference between a prepper and a regular person, that there would be problems if things did fall apart.
Keep talking, Guardian. Keep talking. I like what you're saying here.
Yeah, me too. I like it.
Keep talking. Keep talking. I like it to hear you.
I've spoken enough.
No. Continue.
Likewise, information's key. I always go back to the book. I'll probably say it every episode. Forgot the name of it.
Seriously?
The Knowledge, it's called. Louis Dartnell. He wrote about this theory of so the best scenario that could happen for people would be a really quick virus that goes around the world and wipes everyone out. That would be the best scenario, rather than something which is a slow death, or something which wipes out the grid or is destructive in a way, shape, or form, because you'll be left with a key load of assets there, and you'll get this thing called the grace period, which is a period of time in which you can go out and harvest things, collect things before it deteriorates and rots beyond any sort of usable factor. But what he also says there in his book is that we've progressed to such an extent in humanity now that nobody knows how to make things anymore as an individual. So, years and years and years ago, the piece of metal would be got out of the ground from raw ore, refined, smelted, made into something that would be added to something else, and so on until you come up with a functional, usable object. And you could probably count 4 or 5 people in that chain that was involved in the process. And now there'll be many, many more people involved in the process, and there'll be robots involved in the process and elaborate tools. So we've probably lost our ability to actually make
machine tools,
a lot of things anymore, So there's various difficulties along the way. Yeah. Knowledge and skills, definitely key. But, as we always say, well, you can learn, I suppose. You can learn from books. You can learn from reading stuff and literature, watching videos.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to try it. You actually have to see
trial and error.
It's trial a gardening, right? You can't just store the seeds and expect it to grow the next day.
You can learn from reading the book.
Mm-hmm.
But
I agree.
At the end of the day, you still have to do the stuff, right?
Yeah, Arduro says, well, why would we want artificial intelligence? What's wrong with ours? Well, the thing is,
nothing wrong with mine.
With my vision, I think artificial intelligence has got the capacity. It's got the knowledge gained from the entire history of humans instantly. So you got that point there. You got its reference capabilities. What we haven't seen yet, but it's probably out there already, maybe, is the ability for true AGI, artificial general intelligence to think for itself and to come up with new things. And when we get to that point, we've then got the capability to come up with the cure for anything, really. The cure for anything. Technology would instantly be accelerated. You know, the acceleration of progression curve will just go up so quickly that we'll have a leap forward from where we are now, and 2 years' time will be where we would have been without it in 2,000 years. So, you know, it's got that sort of ability to speedily change our existence. But then again, the only dangers is if AI does become autonomously thinking and can think for itself and come up with new things, then this is the key concern: is it going to think humans are the threat? And you could say yes. You know, you could say humans are the virus or the cancer of the earth, because all it does is go around consuming and destroying things. Yeah. There's too many of them. You know, what do you do with a load of well, as an example, there was an island and there was these they released a load of deer onto these islands. The deer produced so quickly and it ate everything in sight that they had to cull the deer, otherwise they'd have vetted themselves out of existence. You know, will AI go along this sort of trend? And if so, how will it do it? Will it do it so we don't know about it? Will it, you know, start producing viruses that target specific people, or have the ability to induce big natural disasters on certain areas of the earth, and so on and so on? It could even be a scenario like the day the Earth stood still, where you got the big robot who came to Earth as a warning to, you know, say, stop humans now, otherwise your progression's going to kill the whole of the Earth. We're here to protect the Earth. And next thing you know, it produces some sort of doomsday device. and we're all, it's wiped out the cancer of the Earth, i.e. humans. So, anyway, a couple of thoughts.
Just quickly, so VK, not just that, but like VK's always got an immense amount of knowledge on almost all the preparedness topics that we have as well. That's why, if you read the side chat that's occurring too, I just want to say, like, thank you for the contribution as well for the people in side chat, and the fact that we have people like VK that can also like add as much as they do to these conversations and CR and preparedness, and like Shadow, the fact that we have the unity from everybody having like talking points. And also Daria within this conversation specifically, people raising points and speaking amongst each other is how we learn, you know, and I love it. I love this topic, and I think that it's incredible, the conversation that we're having. Go ahead.
I agree with that.
The interesting thing is it was Kaylin Strain who come up with this topic, so
we should get more, you know, we've got people who regularly come onto the comments and chat. You should come up onto the chat and talk, because there's loads of different ideas there. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. More points of view.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know, more heads, more hands make light work.
Diversify and expand this conversation. Well, not just this conversation, but their topics in the future or in the past.
Yeah, because, you know, because we're only
we're
getting
just one point of view, right?
Yeah, from, you know, three or four of us.
One point of view.
Yeah.
You know, we get different points of views from different countries, from different areas, from different ways of life, from hot, cold.
Yep. Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, here now we got 4 corners of the world talking at the moment.
Yeah, someone awesome like Guardian, and then there's just me.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. So I'm just about to depart in 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
That's why I always show up at this time.
Right, okay. There's some good science fiction films out there. I'm not really into reading science fiction books. I'd rather watch a film and have it done and dusted. These days I find these days that I read a book and 3 pages later I fall asleep.
Okay, so I'll give you a challenge if that's the case, right? So I've done a lot of research on different types of sci-fi out there and different pieces of literature. There's a lot of great authors out there that do amazing works. There's a lot of different lore sets and a lot of interesting roads to go down when it comes to sci-fi overall, all right? But I know that you might have come past it a couple of times, specifically in the United Kingdom, preparedness veteran. But I encourage you to pick up almost anything from the Black Library, all right? And that's the Warhammer 40K books, all right? Now, if you have not done so yet, pick up any of the Warhammer 40K books and pretty much choose one. Look up in the Black Library, go to Warhammer 40K, their website, and look at the Black Library on the Warhammer 40K website. And it is an extension of amount of books. Look at any of the books and find one that you think might be interesting for yourself in your own regard, and just get that one book. And I encourage you, try just to have that one book and read that. And if you do not like it, then you never need to listen to me for any other book recommendation again. But the reason why I encourage you to do so, there are 500 books in the Black Library from the Warhammer universe. Okay, there's more than 500 books for a reason. It's because these books, the way that they're written, all right, many of them, they're various authors, and there's a lot that you can delve into so much about it. But the Warhammer and sci-fi literature and that type of thing, there is so much to discover about it that you would be able to delve yourself endlessly into so much rich lore and so much interesting aspects about it that you could really just, trust me, there is no universe out there that is as extensive and as glamorous and glorious
Okay.
as the Warhammer universe, okay? And I'm not joking. I promise you, pick one book up out of there. I know that times are hard and economically everybody's struggling right now. I completely understand it. So even if you can look for one of the books that are a little bit more cost effective, if that's what you got to do at the moment, but just get one book of theirs, all right? And as a fictional book, I would never recommend anything better. I promise you, because you'll see, okay? I don't want to repeat myself again, but I'm just saying, just try one out. Promise.
I've got it down. I've written it down. I'll have a delve into it this week. So, right, I'm off. I've got to shoot off.
All right, take care. Prepare for next veteran.
Yeah, no worries. I'll catch you later. CR. Deep mind.
Don't worry. We'll continue this discussion.
I'm going to stick around for a bit as well. Chat to CR and that's all. Have a lovely weekend. Ahead of you, preparedness.
Yeah, no worries. Catch you all later. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Okay, Shadow, you do all the talking now.
Dear Love Survival says, get a book called The Morning of the Magicians. Never heard of that one.
I do have something.
Jack L. Shucker's Well of Soul Saga. Never heard of that either.
I was going to mention here that what the real said earlier, and I think Vanessa Kitty kind of piggybacked on that, how not knowing something without a device to help you. Look at the apps out there nowadays. You have Grammarly to help you with grammar. You have a calculator. Come on, we've had calculators since how long, right? Who even knows how to do long division, addition?
I had a calculator in the 70s.
Yeah, but how many people actually know how to do that? Aside from people that are like math teachers or math whizzes that can do it in their head, right? A lot of people can't do that anymore, right? They just instantly reach for a calculator.
Yeah.
Or their phone, right? It's funny when someone actually knows their math and can do it in their head faster than someone reaching into the calculator app or a calculator and doing it faster, right?
Well, I'm so slow on calculating something in my head, so I always use a calculator. I always use it.
But what I mean is, like, if that information gets lost on how to do addition, subtraction, we'll just say dead mass as that whole thing, right? Division, multiplication, long division, all that stuff, then what happens later, right? Without the technology, the convenience of the technology helping us. Because that's the thing about technology. It gives us the convenience, right? But sometimes
Yeah.
it's only as convenient as long as we have it. Because when it's not there, it's not convenient anymore, and then people forget stuff. Well, that's what I mean about like what I said earlier about like you start to forget how to do stuff because you don't use quote the skill anymore because now we have technology that automates it for us, right? Like I get it if you're trying to do it fast or whatever, right? Or you're trying to be an accountant or something like that. You're gonna you double check your numbers through a calculator, right? I get that, but I mean, when I see people trying to, it's like I have 2 apples plus 4 oranges plus 6 pineapples, and they still have to use a calculator, right? When in times in school we would have learned, 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12, right?
Yeah.
I mean, very simple thing, right? So something to keep in mind is that we start to technology as technology advances, we seem to lose that information on how we did without it, or the old school method of doing it, or the old ways of doing that exact same thing. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause the machine is helping us, and yes, it helps all of us. Right? Let's face it, right? Technology does help us, but technology can hinder us too into not learning about it, how to do without it too, right? Because, like I said, I'm always a big fan of options, right? This is why, yes, allow technology to help you, right? But also realize who are you without that? Can you still do stuff without it? Can you still,
Why do we need to
do math without it? Right? I mean, like, because
I'm going to play devil's advocate, right? And I'm going to say, why do we
all
need
right. Here we go. Hey, Shadow, just put us at the top. We'll just talk for the next like 2 hours. Let's just start this debate. No one has to choose sides.
I think for the most part, you see, the way in which we communicate right now is extremely slow because we don't have Neuralink set up yet, right? Neuralink will bypass the staggeringly slow pace in which we communicate with words and being able to listen to each other. So the way that we speak now, if we could transfer our thoughts and immediately think to each other instead of talk to each other, and we could relay ideas in that way, it would be far superior. And if we could do so globally across the world, can you even imagine the capabilities that we could have united when we put the best minds together, united by Neuralink as well, by technologies that would be able to make sure that that bridge of communication isn't hindered by the way that we have to talk? Because think how long it takes to transfer a thought into talking and into communication. So I think in some ways the fact that computers don't even have to do that and they're at the next step, are they not the next step in evolution? Is that not where we're going with this?
Well, go on, GP. Go on.
I'm just asking if you wouldn't believe that they might make better human beings than human beings do.
Good point.
Well,
from where I'm sitting,
I'll play devil's advocate too. We see as those keyboard warriors, right? Hiding behind the screen kind of deal, right? It's because you don't see it face to face or in person. So you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But it's true though, right? You see that all the time, right? It's just like, we all know about it on YouTube, on the YouTube side of things, right? There's always that keyboard warrior that always wants to say something. disagree or whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's just another very small aspect of how human beings.
Oh,
are
okay, a
flawed.
variation of it. Okay, it's a variation. Okay, it's a variation. Okay. Just a glitch in the system, right? Just a glitch in the matrix.
Basically,
I can't believe I just said that. I can't believe I just said that.
Just a pebble to walk past. That's all it is. Just
a ripple in
pebble
time. Just a ripple in time.
Yeah, just a tiny ripple in time. So I just think it's incredible to look at where we're heading, and I think that it's also quite daunting. But I do believe that, it's just getting faster and faster, and that's why things that we bring up as well earlier when it comes to advanced technologies are problematic if misused. And
but that's just like anything, right? If you bring it into the sci-fi thing, what did Stark say in the first Iron Man? If this was mine, maybe it could do some good. I'm just saying, he says that, right? If you think about it, it's that same, right? That's why he decides to bring it out first, so it could do some good. Because the thing about any technology out there is that it can be used for good or bad. It just depends who puts it to work for whatever reason.
Yes. So if the problem is that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, then wouldn't that mean that the wealthiest people that are out there have the most power and then therefore are the most corrupted? And then if they have the most power, then they have the most easiest access to the advanced technologies, meaning that the most advanced technologies would be in the hands of the wrong people. Not so?
Yeah, and look what Vanessa Kitty wrote about the scams. Look at the all-night aka the telemarketers.
There are lots of they are preparing large jars to put your brains in, and then we can work from home. If that would be so that simple.
Well, remember, even space capacity, hard drive capacity is growing very much now. Like, look how much you can fit in the palm of your hand, right? The size of a finger. Right? You can fill it up with this whole archive of stuff, right? Of information. Just because you have it in your hand doesn't mean you know it all, though, right?
Yeah.
Come on, GB. Come on. Keep the discussion going. Keep this conversation going. Come on. We'll talk about this now.
Yeah.
Come on, you always want to talk about AI, so come on.
But I can agree with that. The technology,
yes, always interested. AI,
are developed very fast. Well, if you get a new computer, let's say in January, the latest, best computer, and 6 months later, it's already old. Because the technological development.
Well, it's not just that.
So fast.
It's not just that. Remember the production, the prototype, the development stage, right? Compared to what's developed now in the lab or whatever in the laboratory, compared to what's on the shelf at a store, right? That's a lot of time difference.
And it's just getting.
Someone has to come up with that, the machinery to make it. Everything's got to be mined and all that stuff. It takes quite a bit of time for that, right? So what you're getting on the shelf is always going to be outdated because it took time to manufacture, get the stuff ready, advertise it, bring it to a store, or get it shipped to you.
Vanessa says, in 20 years, how much money will you need to live? Well, that is really good question.
7 figures. 7 figures.
Money will be irrelevant.
Probably.
Money because money is numbers on a computer screen. Money will be irrelevant far before then. Money is going to be irrelevant quicker than we know. And the fact is that we cannot continue in a world the way that it is running if we have technology overcoming situations the way that it is. And that's why when you look at in 20 years' time, I would say I'd say in half that. I'd say in even less than 2 decades time. I'd say 1 decade. Even less than that, I'd say, 5 years perhaps we could look.
So by the end of the decade.
That's why I said
all
this
right,
year.
all right.
No. That's why I said this year specifically. That's why I still state that 2024 will be far more significant than anything that we've experienced in the last 2 decades. The reason why I say that is because if you look at everything else at the moment, like the way in which everything's expediting on a technological front, not only that, but the tensions across the world, the political, like there are so many different variables right now. And of course, it's the same thing that you could say so every year, but there's never been a year where I've said that this year specifically. Not only that, but are you aware of the 80-year gap, the 80-year period that 2024 lands itself on? That every 80 years, there's an extremely significant period that happens, and every single 80 years that happens, there's some sort of world-shaking event or something similar to that, and there's a pattern that flows, and 2024 lands exactly on that. Do you know about that? And then, do you know how many political situations across the world, how many different elections are occurring? If you look at the way the technology is like just flowing the way that it is, if you look at how much tension there is across the world right now, if you look at the fact that people are struggling, if you look at how much research
for everything,
there's so many possibilities for this specific year.
I agree with that.
Yep, I second that.
How much money do you make now to live versus 10, 20, 30 years from now? That will be a change, a huge change.
Oh, that's probably. Easy. 10 or at least 100x.
20 years, I will be 82. The fund I see will be needed for outstrips how fast I can make it. Yeah.
The point is to just, for us all, to not irrelevant of like any external and outside lying factors, is for us to genuinely, and I don't say this lightly, but enjoy each and every day and try and live cherished and wholesome lives as best as we possibly can. And that is something that we can do from a mental side first. So even if we, irrespective of what our physical condition is, means that mentally we can, choose to look outside at the birds flying past, or try and look at the trees outside there and just enjoy them for what they are, and appreciate creation for what it is, because that's where fundamentally where we gain the most peace.
I love that.
So genuinely, that's what we can do.
Yes, I love that, GP.
We have to remind ourselves of that every single day.
Not just because you use the CR word, but every R word. I notice those things all the time now.
And it's probably like 26, right? Or what is it? What is that number? What's the movie? Is it 26? I think so. With Jim Carrey. I think it's Jim Carrey. Oh gosh. Where he sees the number 26, I think, or 23.
I thought it was 23. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought it was 23.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see it all the time now. All the time. To the point that people say, what word did I say? Come on, it's me.
Yeah.
And pick up on those.
And look, the only way to slow down time, because if you look at it, sometimes feels that life's getting faster, and the only way to enjoy.
Hey, Grumpy, good to see you, brother.
Can you put that comment that Vanessa Kitty you had on the screen for her about the resources? The previous one. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, Idaho. That is
bring the one up that says,
I agree with that. McDonald's is not a career.
Yeah.
What Vanessa Kitty wrote.
That says, how much money is enough? Where do you spend your time? Resources, knowledge, and learning. That's what CR wanted you to bring up.
Yeah, because the thing is about the resources, right? We may come to a point where we outpace that in terms of being able to recover those resources, or where it regenerates naturally. I mean, we're already look at the food, right? Although a lot of the food gets wasted at times, but you know, if the population grows, is it'll outpace the food development or being able to generate it in the first place, among some other things. And time too, right? Look at the time. Look at how much some people spend at a job just to spend their whole paycheck like in like 20 minutes later. You know what I mean? Where it outpaces what you're making. You see that too, right? You see that too a lot of time with people.
Yeah.
What happened to your paycheck?
I really hunger for like success for everybody, though. Like that's the difference, right? And I really mean that. Like I wish that, and it's easy, and you know, people can say it's cheesy and whatever as well, but I wish for across the world for people to be doing much better in a utopian type of way, and I speak of that very positively, and I'm excited for what could be tomorrow. I know that like we have so many problems at the moment in the world as well, and there's so many things going wrong and whatever, but I really just wish for a world where, that's why I said earlier, a world where we don't have war, a world where we don't have people being violent towards one another, and where we have just a lot more contentment and happiness, and people allowing themselves to express their creativity and to lean into, because I promise you there are people that are born into bad situations, right, that could absolutely be changing the world because they naturally, and it's just chance, person to person, the way that IQ works. There are people that are born in like remote places. There are people that are born in like in places that are also poverty stricken, that just haven't got the access and capability to reach their full potentials. And across the world, if we provided that, and if we had much more success overall for everybody, we'd have much more opportunities for even more technological advancements. Not that technology is always the answer, but in a lot of ways it can be. And if we had people across the world all working together, unified, then we have a lot more possibilities for human beings to solve the problems, instead of having the problems just resolved consistently by the next level of AI. Because I promise you that AI is a really, really bad thing. And when I say that it's okay. So, remember when I was speaking about 40K earlier, and I was speaking about the Warhammer universe? The Warhammer teaches, in its books, the Warhammer teaches people something very, very important and crucial on a fundamental level. Okay. In the Warhammer universe, was all of it's like space and sci-fi and futuristic, but you're not allowed to create any AI. There's AI's banned completely from the entire universe in the future. And the reason why is because of what's happening, where human beings had to learn the hard way. And I feel that we're going to have to learn the hard way. And when we learn the hard way, you'll see why it's banned and why it's completely forbidden to like even, play around with artificial intelligence in any way in the future.
Can I piggyback on that? I think I heard something about that's any specific media, social media that I'll say, but I've been hearing that they want to ban that, specifically the images, right? AI generate images. They're trying to make it so it's like no. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, if you start limiting technology so that it doesn't disrupt things or take people's jobs or anything like that, then where does that stop? Like, are we supposed to?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, right? Where do those limits stop, right? Like I said, technology has existed throughout time. Well, throughout human life, right? Ever since the first fire to what we have nowadays, right? It's how we use it and interact with it, and hopefully it's for good, or to help us all become a little bit, something more. But then again, I don't know. I mean, GP's the smart one here. I'm just the co-host.
I'm not smart. I just like researching stuff. Like I'm not smart. I'm really my average like.
Okay. But
I'm just creative
book
and
smart,
I love
book smart.
people. I promise you, that's all it is. And because I love people, I like listening to them, so I learn like from other people. It's not about being smart at all. I'm as smart as everybody else is.
just using that as a placeholder word. I can use their words, but yes.
That is
okay. Maybe a little bit more.
So that's a topic. That's a whole dark topic that you just actually highlighted there for a second. And that topic itself, man, like that could bring about all sorts of trouble. In fact, they're saying that because of that topic, that because they don't want that topic to be released to the public, that they're going to shake around and make something this year as well. Because this year there's a whole bunch of stuff that's supposed to be released on those people. So what's going to happen in the public when you find out that people's like celebrities and people in power and all of that were involved in something so heinous and disgusting, and they'll be shunned by the world. So what are they going to do? They've got to kind of shake things up now unless make some sort of, and all the people that are the people that are supposed to be,
that's not even happening right now. GP.
The people that are supposed to be vetting and supposed to be controlling it are the people that are on the list. Like, you don't even know how deep this thing goes. It's horrible. Like, it's really, really bad. And I don't know. Like, it's really, really bad. Like,
hey Guardian, do you want a shovel? We can dig more if you want.
No. I'm not involved in some weird shit like that. No.
Hey, look, everyone. I think I see a rabbit hole.
Please. No. I specifically will always stand by the fact that if we could eradicate people that were of that mannerism, then we would have a much better world.
Welcome, the prepared Irishman.
Hi, Irishman.
No, there's nothing worse that you can be is hurt people in that way. There's literally nothing worse than any human being can do than take advantage of people that are innocent. And that's why I think that for the most part, I don't believe in privacy the way that a lot of people do. I think that as we have more cameras up everywhere and stuff like that, I'm all for that. I really think that people have abused for long enough their right to have things disclosed in private and you can't see no. Open everything, shine the light on everything. And I'm all for that. I advocate for that.
No, keep going, GP. Keep going.
No, I did. That's exactly
No. I always like to hear your point of view.
I know. Well, I always like to share interesting points of view with you because you have very interesting points of view as well. So.
Oh, I'm holding back just a tad. just a tad. I don't want to keep digging this hole here.
No, I don't dig holes.
We should let Shadow do some talking.
Shadow does talking. Look, he smiled there. That's what? Shadow's way of saying yes. I agree with you.
Okay. He blinks twice. That means yes.
He has a subtle way of communicating. His presence is strong enough that he doesn't need to, consistently
Indeed.
with useless words like I do.
Indeed.
Well, you like to talk, Guardians.
No, I don't.
Hey, he said it. He said, I didn't say that.
Don't you dare say I like to talk.
But he just did.
And you like to talk too, CR, so.
But we like to talk to you, so we like to get your
yeah. We like to talk to people.
Vanessa says, watch me walking down the street, driving myself to the base to shop. Why would you even have a reason to do so? Law-abiding does imply something. The elites are buying bunkers all over the world. Yeah, I heard about that too.
Yeah, and what do you think they know?
Buying land?
When we know about that, and we know that they're doing that, you think that they just have too much money and they're doing it just as a hobby and just as something to show? They're not doing that for any reason. They're legitimately doing that because they understand that it's a time right now to think about things like that. But not just that. Look at where we're looking at going. Why don't we try and colonize another planet? It makes so much sense. We should leave Earth.
Yeah, but are we going to repeat are we gonna repeat the things of the past though? Or yeah.
No, because we were learning.
So you want to? So let's go terraform Mars. That's what you're saying.
We're extremely young civilization. We really haven't been around for that long. I think humanity deserves a chance. I really will always stand by that. And I think that we are so young in terms of our technologies. Look where we were 200 years ago. Look where we were 500 years ago. 500 years is super young. Just because our lives are like 80 years or 90 years, we think that 500 years is a long time.
500 years ago.
In terms of how long things take to like evolve in nature as well, 500 years is nothing. Like 2,000 years is nothing. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you.
The prepared Irishman says, interesting point of view. I can understand someone's right to privacy, and from watching our society, I can see people exploiting it as well on both sides of the argument. Yeah.
That's why the only people that can govern that is artificial intelligence. You can only rely, because you can't rely on humans, because humans are flawed and they will exploit it. But if you rely on a system to do it,
bias,
a system. I'm going to make coffee, so you guys have to talk for now. Now you have to talk, Shadow. I'll be right back.
Dear Love Survival says, get a bug out location high in the mountains. Well, if you can afford it, yes. But if you can't, that will be a problem.
No, even a location like that would bring its own challenges, just like anything.
Yeah, definitely. It will bring in.
Obviously, it's probably going to be windier, because usually you're high above the ground. So usually as you go higher in the atmosphere, usually it gets windier to a certain degree. Or you could deal with the altitude.
Yeah, that too.
And stuff like that, and adapt to it in time.
I agree with you about that, dear love. Vanessa says a book discussed those issues, 1984. Okay. And what book is that, Vanessa?
I have no idea.
We can use it in an emergency. I agree. However, I will accept any donations to hide Grumpy. Yeah, good point. The mountain like ham radios. Yeah, ham radios are good. Monitoring your every move and thought does have consequences. I agree with that.
Well, like I said, technology is it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah. Planning and training is the key to preparedness. I agree with that too.
You know, that security camera that it just caught that guy robbing your place will help you, but you know.
Yeah.
And it could be on the opposite side of the equation where the camera caught you, right? But you never looked up, so you can't. There's no verification of the face, right? And a crime happened at the same time. You match the description, and you can't, right? Because the camera's seen you, but you can't argue that because you never showed your face. But you know, that kind of thing, right? So. No. I trust.
Hey, Nancy. Hey, Nancy. Good to see you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm pretty sure garden prepping is not making instant coffee.
I'm just saying, enjoying the conversation at the moment.
Oh, he's been back the whole time. He's like, if I didn't say anything, he would have been like, I don't have to talk for the next hour. They just think I'm getting coffee.
No, the kettle's boiling. I have to go and finish the coffee now in the next, that's why I thought it would be relevant and mute for me to, but I just wanted to hear the conversation further. So that's why I'm here.
Oh.
Yes, you see.
Good point.
Yes, I enjoy hearing your voice too.
I enjoy these conversations. It's good. Specifically topics like this. These topics can get me really rambling.
Oh, so we've heard.
Yeah, we know. We've heard.
We've noticed that before. No.
Let's talk about something like knitting, and then I'll be way more slow paced. Don't worry.
And that could be next week's topic.
They say that if you understand something, though, that if you can understand something completely and fully, then explaining it would be exceptionally easy and swift. So maybe there's a lot that I don't understand, which is why I'm so long-winded, right?
Yeah, that must be my issue too. I just can't find the words. I just can't find. I just mumble a bunch of gibberish coming out of my mouth.
That is very kind of you, VK. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Sometimes I do need to, specifically within my working career, though, I've actually learned to, and I'll show you an example. So within my working career, what I've had to do as of late is make sure that when I'm talking, that I'm being as concise as possible and also keeping to a good rate of speech. Much more easier to understand, and you bring your points across in a much more fluid and understandable way. Rather than doing this, what I do, and talk to you guys the whole time, be like, blah, 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 all over the place, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. That sounds more like me.
Yeah. The Grumpy says, with your deep mind, I understand nothing. I just know lots of stuff. Yeah, you can look at it that way too. There are concepts in math that are exceptionally easy to state, but incredibly difficult to use and prove. I can agree with that. Math is too complicated for me. I stay with the basics. Daryl Love Survival says, the nuke testing did this to us. I'm mad. No, math is not my strongest skill on this planet, anyway. I really suck on it.
I mean, I wasn't that great at math. There was far smarter people at math than I ever was. But,
we are mad. Okay, good to know.
But I do try to apply it whenever possible. Because sometimes you do, right? In the real world, you have to apply it.
Concepts in math you use in your life without even realizing it. Probably. I don't pay attention to that, probably.
It's like adding. And
you were saying.
Well, I guess counting money, right? I guess counting money, or something like that. You would probably do on a daily basis.
Yeah.
To a certain degree. Or how many cans of food do I have? Or you're trying to do some basic math on like calorie count, right? Like, okay. Hence, why I say it's 2,000 calories times 365 is almost 750,000 calories for one person per year on that 2K average. Right.
I know. Everybody gonna wear black jogging suit, black hoodie, black gloves, shoes, and mask. Yeah. That will be like in ninjas, almost.
That's actually how I train. Like anybody who has ever actually seen any of my fitness videos, like Guardian Fitness, like the YouTube channel that I run when I come here on Saturday nights, and
usually with a handstand, right? Usually with a handstand.
Yes, you see, CR knows me well. CR knows me so well. That's what I do, like a lot of handstands. It's actually
I'm still
really
waiting for. I'm still waiting for the backflip, cartwheel.
Then you don't watch my videos, dude. You really don't watch my videos. If you haven't seen me backflip or cartwheel, then you really don't watch my content. And I'm being
I was being sarcastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm being sarcastic. Yeah.
I've never seen. I've commented on your videos. I've yet to see any comment from anybody in the chat or on the panel on Guardian Fitness, my YouTube channel. So if you have extra time,
Okay, see, I'm not the only one. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you have extra time available, I'd love some. I'd love some support if you can hear me talk the whole night. You can, and I did 73,000 push-ups last year, guys. And then I still don't get support from one comment saying, "Good job, well done." I did
moderators.
I did more than 200 push-ups every single day. That's how I did it. I did more than 200 push-ups every single day, and it accumulated to 73,000 per year. So I'm going to say goodbye for now, and good night to everybody. And I've literally been talking for like the last 3 hours, almost nonstop. So I hope that you've enjoyed this. And
take care, Gordon.
I have very much.
We always love to hear from you.
All right, it's good to hear from you guys as well. So have a lovely weekend further. And stay safe, and remember to enjoy the birds outside, and enjoy the trees, and enjoy the wind coming, blowing through your face and stuff as well. And enjoy the small things. Yeah, the snow as well if it's around you. Absolutely. Enjoy the little things. Bye, guys.
Yeah, take care. Yeah, Guardian is really good at rambling on for 3 hours almost. Vanessa says, I do like a handstand walking uphill. I myself use a cane and rollator to go distance nowadays. Yeah. That makes it more difficult to do a handstand and walking uphill.
Oh, yeah, the balance. I was never really great at doing handstands, but...
Yeah, I have seen him do the handstands, and I'm really impressed because I can't even do that.
I mean, I could do a couple second handstands.
Yeah, well,
but I mean, cartwheels too and stuff like. I think it's because I don't do it on a daily basis. Unlike the extraordinary, awesome Guardian Preppy Fitness. It's just one of those things, right? But if you do practice, then you tend to get better at it in time. Understand it better and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just like with anything, right? There's some degree of muscle memory, and you just kind of know how to not spread the weight, but kind of balance your center of gravity in terms of doing like a handstand, for example, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember doing my first handstand when I was like a kid. I still remember that. I'm actually surprised I even remember that. I can still picture it. The floor mats. Yeah. But I just think people just don't do that anymore. Yep. I was just saying, I just don't think people do that anymore because, no one wants to fall over.
Yeah.
That's probably actually the reason why people don't want to do that. Outside being a gymnast or anything like that. All right. Like how many friends do you know that know how to do a handstand, let alone a cartwheel? You know what I mean? Or let alone a pull-up or a push-up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I need to begin to do some push-ups a little bit more than I do. So.
Well, you can always do planks.
That would be a good
idea.
Well,
where you hold yourself up
for a couple of days now.
I can still do planks. amongst Americans.
There are illnesses and injuries you will most likely encounter in your life. The key is, can you survive through those times? Good point.
Well, Vanessa Kitty, after your little
Oh,
yeah,
Vanessa.
yeah.
That must hurt. I used to do handstands, cartwheels, back walkovers. Okay.
Mm. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Vanessa, that definitely hurts. Planks, push-ups, and main core training. Yeah. Planks is really good exercise, actually.
And what other stuff you can do without weights?
That would kill you. Yeah.
Or
planks.
gym membership, right?
Yeah.
I always figured if I'm not paid to go to a gym, I might as well like go outside. Like I guess people want to be in an AC controlled building, where they can grab water whenever they want, right? But I'm gonna go see something when I'm walking. Because I've tried the treadmill before I had the gym. It was just kind of like boring. Because you don't see something. You know what I mean? Like you don't hear something, or you're always going straight. All right, you can't just turn around and go the other way, or go up a hill or something like that. So
yeah.
That's why I've become more of a fan of like rucking, right? Rucking with a bag or something like that. Some activities like that, I'm more enjoying them now.
Yeah.
Like I said, I used to quote unquote go to a gym, but I don't know. I just gave that up.
If your distance vision is half shot, you don't necessarily realize the width of a step down. I agree with that. Crushed right shoulder blade since 93. Titanium elbow and right forearm bones 2001. Push-ups. I am lucky my fingers. My move. Yeah. Jeez, my friend, you have injured yourself a lot. Well. Welcome, Food Forest Permaculture. Howie.
Hi, Howie.
Good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Howie. But yeah.
I hope everything is okay with you, and I hope you had a great week.
I might be in between an Earthling and an alien. Just kidding. I'm a hybrid.
Good to hear. Good to hear, Howie. Good to hear.
Awesome.
We have 80 bags of concrete to finish the patio floor. We should have it done for a Memorial Day. Okay. That's a lot of concrete. 80 bags.
Yeah, that's a lot of concrete work.
And that will take some time to finish that.
Yeah, but Shadow, she's got it. She knows how to rock that stuff and get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said that. I just made that up.
We have a concrete mixer called mud mixer. I'll lift the bags into the mixer bin and ensure the water level stays correct. I sim the auger.
Mm.
Planting the cool weather crops for what seems like a long time cause spring has sprung here. Cherry and plum blossoms are plenty. Okay, Howie, that's awesome. Brother fills the forms and moves it. Okay, good point. Good plan. And a good idea, too.
See?
This is the 5th year of making the concrete paver blocks. Okay. That's a really nice CR.
Oh, no. Yeah, I just started those this year. Well, basically, I think it was actually December.
And that is already that big.
Oh, I've harvested this plenty of times already. So technically, I actually have the one I showed back in October.
Yeah.
I still have that green onion. It's still sitting in a cup. But
yeah,
it's good. It's good. It's good to have something fresh. Besides, I can't grow oranges here, so I'll get some vitamin C from like onions then. That's the best thing.
Yeah.
So, because it takes like almost no effort, or barely any effort. Because relating into the sci-fi things or technology that exists today, right? Because it makes those things made things more convenient, right? So I just to me this is extremely convenient. I mean, just put some water in it, put it in some sun, give it some light, it grows itself, and I don't even have to walk far. What's more convenient than that? You know, it's ready whenever it's ready. I'm ready to eat it, kind of deal, right? You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this year when the temperature go up, I'm planning to put some seeds in the soil and hope I can get something.
Yeah, because one of my friends said, "Oh, CR might not be gardening this year because they have an injury, right?" So, hold on to that thought. Just give me a moment.
Well, that is a good question, dear love survival. Is the Stargate real? That's a good question. I don't think so. But that would be an exciting way to travel. When we learn how to truly travel our local solar system, we will then be doing better than now. Yeah, definitely.
Interstellar travel, Vanessa Kitty.
My sci-fi tends more toward Firefly than the high tech. Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's remember, technology doesn't have to.
The Expense series. Okay, cool.
Yeah, technology doesn't have to be electric in nature.
Right? Yeah.
Because I think everyone always has that predetermined thing about technology. Oh, it's electrical, you know, phone, TV. Right? No, technically, there's non-electrical technology out there. We just kind of think of it as like old school now, you know. You know, developed during Roman times, medieval times, you know, stuff like that.
Well, just our last, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just our last calorie, but Interstellar maybe in the far future, yeah.
Like I said earlier, we don't have, we still, see, jumping all the way back, let's time travel way back when we first started the stream, and you're talking about Star Trek, right? And what I said, we don't have the warp engines yet. I think we do actually have impulse, or relatively speaking. Basically, it is like kind of more standard or today's kind of speed versus ultra long distance speed, right? Because right now, I think the fastest thing we've ever flown into space only travels like 160 kilometers per second, which seems fast, but space is really, really far apart, right?
Oh,
Even at that speed, it's still, right? I think that's the limitation. It's actually the distance to cover. Like even,
I agree.
Like we all, like, you know, regardless if, look how they had to settle a probe or a spacecraft, well, whatever you want to call it, a satellite, whatever.
Yeah.
Back in 2006 to arrive in 2015. It took 9 years, right?
Yeah.
It took 9 years to travel that. What is it? 2.8 billion kilometers away. Yeah. So 160 kilometers per second seems fast, but in comparison to that distance, it's still slow. So.
Yeah, I agree. It's really slow compared to that distance. Yeah.
The distances.
If you would go from here to the nearest star, and you have an infant baby, and when you go to the travel to the nearest star, and when you get back, it takes 50 years.
Yeah, remember, even supposedly at the speed of light, that to cover that, what's that distance? That's like 36 trillion kilometers away. That's a long way. Because we interpret distance like what we see on the planet, right? On here on Earth, right? You know, communication's relatively fast, right? Even at the speed of light, because the world's not that big, right? You know, I can tell you something and you almost instantly get it around the world. That's because the distance is small relatively compared to, like, you know, going out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Vanessa says, matter that we know of cannot travel at the speed of light.
I mean, look at the sci-fi technology. Like I said, we might not have the warp engine yet, but in theory, we can go 10% the speed of light, supposedly. Although, you know, that's in theory. You know, also we actually do it. All this other stuff, right? Because, like, I know Uncle Al was here earlier, right? And he said, you know, fiction versus reality, and what I said about fiction versus reality. The reality of the thing is that fiction might say, oh, yeah, we can do it, blah, blah, blah. But in reality, can our human body handle that kind of speed, time in space in the first place? All right? Because look at space. Look at even people that go to the ISS, the International Space Station, and all this other stuff, right? When they've been up there for long periods of time, right? What happens? Because the lack of gravity, 0G, you get atrophy in your bones and all that stuff. Your muscles don't work anymore. And you come back because you haven't used them, right? So then fiction says, oh, it's easy. Well, in the real world, reality, it's harder than it seems because
it's more complicated in the real world. So
it's more complicated in the real world. That's more like even what Copernicus Venture said about like the arms and, well, defense and offense, right? We can actually make, you know, some sort of suit like you see in like Iron Man, fly in the sky and blah blah blah, whatever technology, right? Is it ever gonna be bulletproof? Maybe to a certain degree, but in the real world, there's other things in the real world. Where in the movies they kind of lower the power of it, right? To make it look like what they have on is so much superior, but in the real world, it's much more dangerous than it looks like, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's technologically difficult to do. Because in the real world, you're going to deal with the real world of things happening, how things work, right? You know what I mean? So
yeah. Grumpy says, how long would it take to get a pizza here from Naples at the speed of light? Very fast.
300,000 kilometers or 160,000 miles per second. All right, that's the speed.
Vanessa says infinite energy to get to move close to the speed of light. Well, you must use an exceptional amount to get it close. Yeah.
Well, that's where you get that E equals mc squared equation.
It takes sunlight just shy of 8 minutes to reach us from the sun's surface. Yeah.
Yeah, but it actually takes like thousands of years for that sunlight from the center of that sun, the said sun, to reach the outside, and then to make that 8 minutes. Too. So there's a lot of variables there. You know, it's not always as clear cut or as simple as it seems, right? There's variables, like you said, right, that increase the complexity of it. Are hard to like kind of factor in. Hey, okay, give or take 1,000 kilometers. Okay, whatever. I was just rounding it up for everyone.
Yeah. What is the circumference of the world? Actually, I have no idea.
If I remember right, the speed of light can travel around the world is 7 times in 1 second. So, yeah, do some math on that. I don't know, 42,000? No, wait. Yeah, 40-something thousand? I like how Vanessa Kitty knows all this stuff. I don't know. I like how she knows all this stuff. I watch a lot of stuff, both sci-fi and nonfiction and fiction type of space.
Well, the real
right?
survival FE would be real. Well, I don't know what to say about that, but I would be really surprised, I guess.
Yeah, I've always been interested in
that. Vanessa,
ever since I was young.
Great knowledge about a lot of things.
Yeah,
which I appreciate.
She's down to earth and way out there in space.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you think about, look at, for example, a Mylar space blanket, supposedly invented for space originally, and now it's down to earth. So, that's technology that's generally helped people out, right? Generally speaking, right? It's probably helped a few people out there. Probably even helped the gardeners in their greenhouses or something like that.
Yeah.
I know Gil uses some for his indoor stuff too, right? He uses Mylar space blankets. Well, that's supposedly space type technology, or developed for the space.
Yeah.
In the first place, so.
Condor Giant at Barksdale AFB. I donated 3 grocery bags of sci-fi and fantasy books to the base library. They were all the ones I read that year. I always preferred horror and epic fantasy myself.
No, I like
I like sci-fi and I like horror and I like fantasy.
You know, I generally can watch any of that. As long as it's a good story. To some degree. All right. But then there is, you know, that reminds me there is some movies that have some what's the word over? Basis on reality though. You think about it. Now I'm gonna bring up actually there's a couple examples, right? They're what they show is like a hyper exaggerated form of science or something like that. You know, it's still in the prototype stage or in the hypothetical stage right now in the real world, but you know, in their fictional movie scenario, it's already existed. It's existed, right? Someone's developed it, right? People have seen it, kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, and realizing, you know, if it's already on the screen or something like that, it's just a matter of time before someone tries to make it a real thing, commercially available or something like that, right? Whatever it is, right? If you think about it, right, you know, maybe like look at the past, right? It's only been what 120 years since we first started flying, right? Back in the past, that was all, you know, it'll never happen. You know, it's technology out of our reach back then, right? But it just took the right person or the right people to do it. See what I did there? You guys are supposed to laugh. That was supposed to be funny.
Okay.
Never mind.
I probably missed that.
Clearly you missed that. I thought I had the right joke there. Come on. Anyway. Because it's the right birds that developed the flying. Or at least officially in the modern times. But that was all based on like stuff from before, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of that stuff is based on previous knowledge, right? Any form of technology was probably based on previous knowledge of some sort, right? I mean, it just took until now, present time or whatever, till that day, whenever it was, where the technology could advance far enough that it can make it possible to happen now. You know what I mean? Like even with flying, for example, right? They had to develop an engine that was lighter weight. They can use steel. They had to use aluminum, right? Because it was lighter in weight, right? You know, to get off the ground and all that stuff, right? Advanced things like aerodynamics, right? For example, right? And understanding that, right? Someone had to develop that, right? I mean, I've been in a plane before, so you know. I don't know if you've been in a plane, Joran, but I mean, like, you know, that's why you would see the flaps, right? What's that called? That elevator. I'm trying to remember the technical term. The flaps, right? To control the lift and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Stuff developed 100 years ago. It's just more modernized now, right? And of course, it has and hasn't benefited people because we have commercial flights, but then we have fighter jets. So, you know, you pay, right? And stuff like that. And now we've advanced from helicopters to drones, right? You know what I mean? If you think about it like that, we just miniaturized the helicopter right? Because now we have a battery supply, a power source that actually is light enough to get it off the ground, right? You know what I mean? Where it's actually light enough that it gets off the ground and it can fly for a bit, right? 20 minutes, whatever it is now, right? Back 50 some years, well, let's just say 60s, 50s, right? That was just a theory. If anyone thought of that, right? I see that, Joseph.
Yeah.
How long are you planning to go for till the top of the hour again? Probably.
We go for 21 minutes.
Yeah. Till the top of the hour. I don't think we should talk more about this so much without diving into our topics already, because we are actually already diving into our topics.
Yeah.
And speak of topics, do you have a topic for next week?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't notice if you put a notification on that yet. So.
No, I haven't done that yet, but I do that tomorrow.
I've also been thinking about doing a topic about technology. I guess it's...
So I have 2 topics I'm going to choose from.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't decided yet. The first topic would be documentation. The other would be home invasion, security, and self-defense. Either documentation or the other one. I haven't decided yet.
Okay. Sorry, I have to charge my headset. I got to charge up that what you wore in Star Trek, aka the headset. But yeah. Oh.
Tetrahedron shape used for making chairs. Okay, good to know.
If I remember right, that's 12-sided, yeah.
Steam powered
anything. Yeah, that's a technology too, right?
Yeah.
You know that technically steam power, there's supposedly an early ancient it's supposed to be rooted in ancient technology, steam power, by the way.
Yeah.
It just took this long to figure out what can you actually do with it to make it do something, do a piece of work, not just be a functional toy. Because there's this apparatus that used steam to spin around, right? Ancient technology, but no one figured out or knew or how to put something together to do work for us, right? Like a plow or a steam engine or a locomotive, right? So like you said, some of this technology has existed for a long period of time, just no one, commercialized it, made money off of it or whatever, right?
Steam power is pretty effective, but here's the thing: you need to have a lot of water to run that engine.
Yeah, because
and a lot of wood too,
or something along the lines of that to generate the heat necessary to vaporize the water in the first place.
So you need a lot of water and wood, unless you can come up with a way to make it more efficient with less wood and less water.
Well, that's the thing about any technology out there. Every time you make it more efficient, the next efficiency is even harder. Making something even more efficient than the last version takes almost like another technological improvement to unlock that, because it becomes much harder to increase efficiency to a certain degree. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, for example, trains, right? We can go from steam power to like electrical. Now we have like bullet trains or maglev type of trains, right? To increase the efficiency of that, it's going to be like, really futuristic and all that stuff, right? Because there's efficiency, there's an upper limit. It just becomes harder and harder to reach that next tier or next breakthrough, just because, without any new advancements in technology, whatever it is,
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, this is why, like, we are all familiar with CDs, DVDs, and Blu-ray nowadays, right?
Yeah.
There had to be a technological change to increase the capacity. They figured out, instead of using red lasers like DVDs do, if you use a blue one, you can make it more narrow, which means that the data stored on it can be tighter, which therefore means an increase in capacity for the size for Blu-ray. Hence, all that stuff happened because of that. But someone had to figure that out.
Agree with that.
Someone had to figure that out. Now, if you think about it now, what's going to be the next step? If there is a next step.
Yeah, exactly.
There probably won't be. We'll probably just, everything will just be streamed or something like that. I really find it hard to believe that we can top that still.
Yeah. Grumpy says, I got his son making hydrogen from the basic wood gas formula. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Because hydrogen can carry energy. As long as you can put it to work and you can make it do something.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I feel like we need to do this topic, dive into it. I know Vanessa Kitty would be interested in something similar. I can't come up with a name right now, but I don't know, machine something, I don't know. Things doing some stuff for us or whatever.
Yeah.
Because, those generally aid in efficiency, right? There is a reason why, we've developed them throughout time. From early days of using like a lever, now we got machines that have full articulation. You can do all this stuff, but basically it comes back down to what we learned in the past and applying it, but with futuristic type of technology, because it's still grounded in ancient technology, right? A robotic arm doing something, there is still a lever or whatever, right? Because it's supposed to mimic our human arm, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, because you can go on YouTube and see all these supposedly people that invent stuff or whatever, right? You can you try to push that limit of sci-fi to reality. They really do. Like you can go if you go what's that movie called? The Rocketeer, yeah.
Yeah, Rocketeer, yeah.
Think about it like that, right? Or human flight, right? You can see a lot of with water jets, what's it called? Hydrogen peroxide sources and stuff like that, right? And they're always trying to, right? And of course, every time you look at them, they always look like Iron Man for some reason. they're always trying to mimic that. But that kind of stuff, right? They're always trying to push it, right? Push that limit. But obviously it costs quite a bit. Right? Because when you hear how much they actually had to spend, on materials and the work on it. It's like, oh, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? But I get 10 minutes of flight. Right?
Yeah. And Grumpy tried to suggest trying to set the land speed record for wheelchair. Yeah, I would like to see that.
Yeah. Something like that. I'm pretty sure you don't want to be touching the wheels. That's going.
Yeah, that can be a problem to
That'd
get
be
up.
a very, very bad road rash. Or friction burn. That's for sure. You'd be like, ow. Smoking. So yeah.
That means he probably need to construct a special wheelchair.
No, you would have to
Get this up.
You would have to. You would have to. It would have to handle
be reliable and sturdy
and the vibration too, right?
Yeah. So a regular
if you look at drag racing, right, there's a reason why they're shaped in that form, right? Because if they lose control in shape, and they lose control, right? So if a wheelchair would probably have to be streamlined and all that stuff, roll cage, all that stuff, right? They do something like that. Especially if you're trying to actually go for speed.
6.8 miles per hour. Oh, Lord in heaven. In a wheelchair. Oh, boy.
And all that stuff, yeah. But like I said,
that's fast for a wheelchair.
Hey, who knows? Maybe there's a YouTube video on that. Like I said, sometimes every so often I dive into this on the YouTube side and just see what people are actually trying to come up with or make. As someone that likes to create, I'm always fascinated with that stuff too, right? Because it's like, this seems cool. Hopefully there will be a practical application for said whatever it is, right? I mean, people flying around in a suit, is there a real application yet? No, not really, right? I mean, like, you know what I mean? Because, we're barely even getting like, oh, we'll have drones flying our food around with us. It's still not real common yet. I've always hear about this, right? Oh, it's a couple years from now, right? It's not here for me, right? You know what I mean? It's not like you can see it. Or this kind of like, oof, or stuff like that, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's applications like, let's just say, a place is too dangerous, so you fly a drone in, right? That's a real world application of it, right? Or like,
yeah, exactly.
Or like snake-like or wiggling type of robots that are an earthquake scenario that can go in and try to see something that you can't, right? In advance of the human aspect of it, in advance, right? So stuff like that, or maybe there's stuff like, hey, someone's trapped on the roof, right? How many people are actually there? Kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Instead of sending a helicopter, you send a drone that can do the same work, right? And just relay that information back. So,
yeah,
those are examples of technology actually helping us, right? Because they're helping people out, or saving them, or making it safer to do said job, whatever it is, right? Because you got to remember, it's really, if you're trying to help people out from an earthquake and dig them out, the last thing you want to do is get stuck yourself, or make moves something that's supporting everything else, right? Because we can't physically squeeze into places, but a robot could. So that by itself helps us out, all right? Because we can't avoid earthquakes here, right? we can't dodge that, all right?
Yeah.
We can make structures better, but in time, it may still fall, or for whatever reason, right? So.
The big thing is that if you want to develop tech, you need something that people want to play with to get the funding. Otherwise, you need to get grants from the government. Yeah, and that can be really
I think he
difficult to get
means pay, not
government.
play. I think he means pay, not play. But whatever. Yeah, we get what you mean, Grumpy. Yeah, because it has to serve its purpose, some sort of purpose, right?
Yeah,
Why technology is made in the first place or developed, because to help people make it easier, convenient, faster, or something like that, right?
yeah,
The reason why was a chariot developed in ancient times, because it was used for transportation reasons, right? And to move troops around, right? Why was medieval times, why were suits of armor developed, right? To help the people, or supposedly protect them, right? Which led to, in fact, supposedly Da Vinci made up the first tank idea, right? Then medieval times, we had knights with suits of armor, and nowadays you have tanks. that's how it progressed.
exactly.
That's how it progressed, right? That's how it progressed. Because as the technology advanced, that means that individual technology can advance to a new form of it, right? So instead of human people moving the metal around, we have machines or engines, for lack of a better term, moving that stuff around, which means it can be bigger, faster, more provide more protection, more firepower, whatever, right? Stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I agree with you about that, Grumpy. People will find things they want long before something they need. Yeah.
Yeah. I just read Grumpy's comment before that. Yeah, Pong or something like that, right? I mean, sometimes you every so often you hear that it was before its time kind of deal, right? Because, like I said, it's technology is going to benefit generally people.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, right? To be, if it helps people out, then people will start to adopt it, for whatever the reason is, right? Like, even if I think about computers, right? Like, the first laptop I saw, actually saw, was when I was in school, from supposedly the richest kid in school, right? And everyone didn't understand that, right? Well, nowadays, everyone's got one, or something similar, right? I mean, because it's more widely adopted now. And of course, the cost has gone down. You can do more and all that stuff. But, and it all started with, computers of the past with vacuum tubes. Now we got resistors to miniature in and all that stuff, and other little things to make it faster. It's like the processing speed is getting faster or whatever as time goes on, right? But and stuff like that, or capacity to hold stuff, like hard drive capacity, for example, right? It has increased since, so more people. It's more. It doesn't take up. The first computer took up a whole room. Now we got it in the palm of our hand, or even smaller than the palm of our hand. That's even more powerful than something that took a whole room. Back last century. So, technology changes fast, relatively speaking, in the human lifespan, right? Like,
I agree with that.
Look at, we're in 2024, just within 100-year span. Look how much has technologically advanced. And, and other things have grown too. Population, all this other stuff, right? But, I mean, like 100 years ago, people were barely flying. Nowadays, most people have flown in a plane. Some people maybe like you've been in a helicopter or things similar, right? Right. Because if you look at it 100 years ago, but really there was probably only like, one of every million maybe have flown. Nowadays, it's like probably like one out of 1,000 at least have flown or been in a plane, right? Kind of deal, right? So, because it becomes more widely adopted.
I agree.
You can do more, right? Because it allowed us to like visit people and all that stuff, visit our places and all this. So, some benefits to it. And of course, the airline industry evolved because of all that stuff, made money and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Amongst other things, right? Where, now all the way up to like, now they have flight simulators, right? Like, but that all started more than 100 years ago. People actually had to learn develop the concepts in the first place, right? I think it's like, there is our technology out there, like I said, and like, see, I will bring up something. Like, there is this documentary out there, because this reminds me of what Uncle Al said about this art. See, Uncle Al brought up this topic about Batman, right? And one of his replies to me, please read the comment that I wrote on Uncle's video about it. But one of the things he said was, fiction versus reality, right?
Yeah.
This is why, what's the movie? The Dark Knight, actually. That movie's, there was a documentary on that movie. How close that technology that you saw in the movie, how, it's a hyper exaggerated form of what's in the real world right now.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what a wingsuit is? This guy's got ever seen it.
Yeah. Squirrel.
Yeah, right. That's real world technology, right? Right. They just kind of hyper exaggerated it in that movie, right? I mean, there's these things that help you rapidly ascend up, just like the Dark Knight Rises, like with like grappling hook. Well, they actually have that, right? They actually use that for search and rescue, right? So it's just a lot bigger. It's the size of a briefcase, not on belt, but that kind of stuff kind of starts to blend in, all right? It's just like, and actually, people out there are actually trying to make that technology more handheld, right? And if you think about it, all right, something like that could be helping people. Obviously, I could see that helping people a lot, especially with search and rescue, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll see our 4-hour mark. I think we wrap things up now. So thanks for stopping by, CR, and thank you guys for stopping by.
Take care, Rio. Grumpy.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless.
Get well soon, by the way.
And I will see you in the next one.
Yes.
Next Saturday.
Oh, by the way, I have something to talk to you about after.
Yeah, as usual. And we are out.